Mr. President, the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Lapid, is seeking the floor, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized, our Kabalen.
Senator Lapid is recognized and you may proceed, sir.
Okay. Mahal na Pangulo at sa aking mga kagalang-galang na samahan mga senador, ating mga kababayan, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Unang-una po sa lahat ay nais ko pong ipahayag ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat sa inyong lahat. Suporta ipagpasa sa Senate Bill number 2797. Nagdideklara sa Pampanga bilang Culinary Capital of the Philippines. Isang malaking karangalan po ito, hindi lamang sa aming mga Kapampangan, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Kilalanin ang yaman at kasaysayan ng ating lutuing Pilipino. Nais ko rin pong magpasalamat at ipaabot ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat sa ating Senate President Francis Chis Escudero at sa ating Senate President Pro Temp sa ito, Jinggoy Estrada, at si Senator Majority Leader Francis Tolentino, at sa Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, at si Senadora Risa Ontiveros. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. At sa ating mga kasamaan, mga senador, lalong-lalo na kasamaan nating Senador Mark Villar na buong pusong sumuporta bilang sponsor ng panukalang ito. Maraming salamat, pare. Bilang panukalang ito. Lubos na nagpapasalamat ako sa kapwa senador na nandito ngayon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat sa tiwala at suporta upang maikatuparan ang panukalang hakbang na ito. At hindi ko rin po makakalimutan ang pasasalamat na tumulong sa mababang kapuluan ang dating Pangulo, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, at ngayon ay Congresswoman ng 2nd District ng Pampanga, na tumulong din po paano maipasa ang aking Republic Act 9999, ang Lapid Law kung tawagin. At pasasalamatan ko rin po si Congressman Janjan Lasatin ng 1st District ng Pampanga, Congresswoman Ana York ng Bondok ng 4th District ng Pampanga, at si Congressman Aurelio Gonzales ng 3rd District. At nais ko rin po pasalamatan ang ating Speaker, Martin Romualdez. Kaya po, ang kasabihan po ng mga Kapampangan, lutong Kapampangan, may nyaman, pag maragul ko, kening mabilog, ayato. Kapampangan ko, pag maragul ko. Ibig pong sabihin noon, ang lutong Kapampangan masarap at pinagmamalaki sa buong mundo. At Kapampangan ko, pag maragul ko. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you,
Maraming
Senator
salamat.
Lapid. Kanina pa bilasa at maingay ang plenaryo at gallery. Ikaw lang pala makakapagpatahimik sa kanilang lahat, Senator Lapid. Maraming salamat. Gentlemen may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ingay. Mr. President, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I would like to thank our colleagues for unanimously supporting the passage of Senate Bill number 2871, or the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act. My sincerest gratitude to our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, for always imparting wisdom and guidance to all our bills through his interpellations, to our Vice Chairperson, Senator Bato de la Rosa, for joining me as one of the authors of this measure, and to Senators Joel Villanueva, Pia Cayetano, and Vice Chairperson Robin Hood Padilla for their amendments which further clarify the provisions of this legislation. 31 years after the Philippines signed the Chemical Weapons Convention Act, and 28 years since the Senate concurred in the ratification of the same, finally we are one step closer to fulfilling our commitment of enacting a national legislation to fully implement its provisions and join the international community in the ongoing efforts to completely eliminate chemical weapons and prohibit its use. Today, this institution demonstrates its dedication to global disarmament and non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and strengthens existing regulatory policies to prevent utilization and diversion of chemicals for terrorism and non-peaceful purposes. Last November 25 to 29, the Conference of States Parties of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons was held in The Hague, Netherlands. and our country already reported to the body the positive developments in the crafting of this particular legislation. Ang pagpasa natin ng batas na ito ay hindi lamang pagtupad sa ating international obligation bilang state party sa CWC at pakikisa sa paglaho ng chemical weapons at stockpile sa buong mundo at ang pagpigil sa paggamit at posibleng re-emergence nito. Higit sa lahat, ito po ay isang hakbang sa pagsiguro ng kaligtasan at kapayapaan para sa mga susunod na henerasyon. On a personal note, hindi ko po naisip ni minsan na isang araw ay pangungunahan ko ang pagbalangkas ng panukalang batas patungkol sa toxic chemicals o chemical weapons. But here I am. Here we are. We always stand ready to take on difficult issues and complex subject matters beyond our comfort zones and particular interests in the name of performing our sworn duties, serving the Filipino people, and defending our beloved nation. This representation is truly honored to sponsor this bill and to receive the full backing of all the members of this august chamber. Thank you, Mr. President, and to our distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Estrada, and congratulations on the third reading approval of your bill. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator De La Rosa is likewise seeking the floor to issue a short manifestation.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, today's approval of the Chemical Weapons Prohibition Act is a testament to the Senate's commitment towards fulfilling its obligations as a signatory to the Chemical Weapons Convention and serves a strong message to international community of that the Philippines is one with its purpose towards a world free of chemical weapons. In this day and age, where anything is possible through the rapid technological advancements and scientific developments, from the proliferation of the cyber attacks to chemical security threats, to say that it is imperative for our country boost our legislative efforts through measures that will ensure prosecution against those who violate the convention is an understatement. As the famous saying goes, prepare and prevent, don't repair and repent. The passage of this measure, Mr. President, is also a timely tribute to the victims of chemical warfare, as the international community recently observed the Day of Remembrance for all victims of chemical warfare just a few days ago, last November 30. Let me likewise take this opportunity to congratulate the good sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, for shepherding this measure and allowing me not only to co-sponsor and co-author, but also to propose amendments that will ensure the active participation of our modernized Bureau of Fire Protection. One national legislation may not be enough to ensure universality in collective efforts against chemical attacks, but it is one step closer to our pursuit towards international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Majority Floor Leader. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President, I would just like to manifest that I have an explanation of vote that I'd like to insert into the records if you would allow it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the third reading of Senate Bill number 2797. This is the bill declaring Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines. The printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members of this chamber on November 28, 2024 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2797 on third reading is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and to proceed with roll call vote.
An act declaring the province of Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2797 is approved on third and final reading.
Mr. President, the gentleman from Pampanga, Senator Lapid, is seeking the floor, Mr. President. I move that he be recognized, our kabalin.
Senator Lapid is recognized, and you may proceed, sir.
Okay. Mahal na Pangulo at sa aking mga kagalang-galang na samahan mga senador, ating mga kababayan, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Unang-una po sa lahat ay nais ko pong ipahayag ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat sa inyong lahat. Suporta ipagpasa sa Senate Bill number 2797. Nagdideklara sa Pampanga bilang Culinary Capital of the Philippines. Isang malaking karangalan po ito, hindi lamang sa aming mga Kapampangan, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Kilalanin ang yaman at kasaysayan ng ating lutuing Pilipino. Nais ko rin pong magpasalamat at ipaabot ang aking taus-pusong pasasalamat sa ating Senate President Francis G. Escudero at sa ating Senate President Pro Tem, sa ito, Jinggoy Estrada, at si Senator Majority Leader Francis Tolentino, at sa Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, at si Senadora Risa Ontiveros. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. At sa ating mga kasamaan, mga senador, lalong-lalo na kasamaan nating Senador Mark Villar na buong pusong sumuporta bilang sponsor ng panukalang ito. Maraming salamat, pare. Bilang panukalang ito, lubos na nagpapasalamat ako sa kapwa senador na nandito ngayon. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat sa tiwala at suporta upang maayos sa katuparan ang panukalang hakbang na ito. At hindi ko rin po makakalimutan ang pasasalamat na tumulong sa mababang kapuluan ang dating Pangulo, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, at ngayon ay Congresswoman ng 2nd District ng Pampanga, na tumulong din po paano maipasa ang aking Republic Act 9999, ang Lapid Law kung tawagin. At pasasalamatan ko rin po si Congressman Janjan Lasatin ng 1st District ng Pampanga, Congresswoman Ana York ng Bondok ng 4th District ng Pampanga, at si Congressman Aurelio Gonzales ng 3rd District. At nais ko rin po pasalamatan ang ating Speaker, Martin Romualdez. Kaya po, ang kasabihan po ng mga Kapampangan, lutong Kapampangan, may nyaman, pag maragul ko, kening mabilog, ayato. Kapampangan ko, pag maragul ko. Ibig pong sabihin nun, ang lutong Kapampangan masarap at pinagmamalaki sa buong mundo. At Kapampangan ko, pag maragul ko. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you,
Maraming
Senator
salamat.
Lapid. Kanina pa bilasa at maingay ang plenaryo at gallery. Ikaw lang pala makakapagpatahimik sa kanilang lahat, Senator Lapid. Maraming salamat.
Mr. President, the chairman of the committee, Senator Mark Villar, is seeking the floor likewise for a manifestation.
Senator Mark Villar is recognized for his manifestation in connection with the third reading of the bill that he sponsored. You may proceed, sir.
Yes, Mr. President and dear colleagues, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made possible the approval on third reading Senate Bill number 2797 under Committee Report number 333, or the Act declaring Pampanga as the Culinary Capital of the Philippines, of course under the leadership of our beloved Senate President Chis Escudero, and all the senators, especially our Kapampangan Senator, si Supremo Senator Lito Lapid. Congratulations. And to everyone, because everyone helped to make this bill possible. Throughout the well-decorated history of our country, at any point, our culinary tapestry did not disappoint as an identifier of the rich cultural heritage of being a Filipino. It remains a vital component of our identity as a country of impressive gastronomy at par with the global culinary landscape. By declaring Pampanga as a culinary capital, we do not dismiss the similar hearty dishes hailing from other places in the Philippines, as every delectable Filipino dish boasts of their own distinct culinary edge. This recognition of Pampanga is a way of celebrating its extraordinary influence on Filipino food while still honoring the cultural diversity that makes our nation's cuisine so rich and vibrant. Mula sa Pampanga, baybayin po natin ang iba't ibang culinary destination sa buong Pilipinas. We will continue to boost our nation's culinary pride by recognizing Filipino destinations that are significantly contributing to the continuous enrichment and development of Filipino cuisine. Sisiguraduhin po natin na patuloy ang ating suporta sa pagkilala sa ibang pang lugar sa Pilipinas na mayroon ipinagmamalaking culinary treasures. Today, we start with Pampanga as the culinary capital. Tomorrow, we explore our cherished national treasure, our cuisine, that lies in the unique story of every city and province that has long been boasting of their exceptional history and cultural importance. In closing, I thank my colleagues for supporting Senate Bill number 2797 under Committee Report number 333 as it stands to benefit not only the people of Pampanga but the entire country. By officially recognizing Pampanga as the culinary capital of the Philippines, we are celebrating our culinary heritage, investing in the development of our tourism, and securing a legacy that those who will come after us will continuously to be proud of. Mr. President, dear colleagues, our friends from Pampanga who are here with us today, thank you very much for your continuous support in ensuring that this August Chamber remains dedicated to the holistic and sustainable development of our country. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Mark. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor to explain her vote.
Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Mr. President, I cast my affirmative vote on Senate Bill number 2797, declaring the province of Pampanga as a culinary capital of the Philippines. As an author of this measure, I see it as a tribute to the rich heritage and exceptional culinary artistry that Pampanga has shared with our nation and the world. The Kapampangan commitment to food is an enduring legacy passed down through generations, from iconic dishes like sisig, kare-kare, tibok-tibok, and tocino. Kapampangan cuisine tells a story of innovation, resourcefulness, and love for tradition. It is equally important to note that this recognition does not diminish the contributions of other provinces and regions to our country's diverse culinary heritage. It serves as an invitation for all of us to celebrate our shared heritage and honor the distinct flavors that each region offers. Pampanga, in this sense, becomes a gateway, a starting point for exploring the many stories told through Filipino cuisine. By passing this bill, we also unlock the potential of culinary tourism as a driver of economic growth. We give opportunities to local businesses. We empower our communities. We inspire future generations to continue preserving and innovating our culinary traditions. As a chairperson of the Senate Committee on Culture and the Arts, and as a steadfast advocate for our nation's culture, history, and our way of life, I wholeheartedly support this measure. With this vote, I reaffirm my commitment to preserving and promoting the diverse cultural treasures of our nations. I congratulate the sponsor and authors of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended. Resume.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2575. This is the bill on the Basic Education and Early Childhood Care and Development Alignment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the approved amendment by substitution on September 4, 2024 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. to propose individual amendments as well.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. On page 1, lines 5 to 8, replace the phrase promote the rights of children to survival. A healthy and sustainable program for nutrition, age-appropriate development, and special protection with full recognition of the nature of childhood, as well as the need to provide developmentally appropriate experiences to address their needs, and replace it with safeguard and promote the right of every child to holistic well-being, growth, and dedicated care, recognizing the age-appropriate stages of child development. The state commits to creating nurturing environments that ensure overall safety, promote healthy development, and fulfill unique needs, supporting sustainable development. And the state shall also. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
This is the mentioned amendment is from Senator Pia Cayetano. The next amendment is also from Senator Pia Cayetano. On page 2, line 4, after the word DepEd, insert the phrase consistent with Republic Act number 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
On page 2, line 12, replace the phrase in coordination with the Inclusive Learning Resource Centers as established under with pursuant to. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
This is another amendment from Senator Pia. On the same page, line 15, after the word disabilities, comma, insert the phrase where they shall be accorded the services stipulated under the law, and replace the word provide with provided with, and delete the phrase for the most. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
On the same page, line 16, after the word environments, delete the phrase for children with disabilities. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 17, after the word diversity, comma, delete the phrase including the use of Filipino Sign Language as the visual language of the deaf community. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 3, line 2, after the word of, insert the words infants and. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
This is an amendment from Senator Pia. On page 4, line 17, after the word approaches, comma, replace the phrase with which include but not limited to addressing the impact of emergencies, climate change, and disasters. Climate change and other disasters, with the phrase including modalities to be employed during and after disasters and emergency situations to ensure the continuous delivery of ECCD services. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On page 5, lines 20 to 21, delete the phrase the ECCD system shall ensure that. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 21, after the word programs, delete the word are, insert the phrase under the ECCD system shall be. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 22, after the word council, period, replace the phrase it shall promote with the system shall include. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Maingay. After line, On page 8, line 8, delete the word "and" and insert a new number 3, which read as follows. Number 3, the DepEd, the CHED, the TESDA, and LGUs through the DILG shall coordinate on the promotion of early childhood education careers to senior high school graduates, facilitate their assessment for certification as child development workers, and ensure their seamless progression to employment. And, so move, Mr. President.
Are you going to delete lines to 13? Lines 9 to 13?
No, Mr. President. So let me just repeat, Mr. President. On page 8, line 8, delete the word "and" and insert a new number 3, which reads as follows.
All right. Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And renumber the following item. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 15, replace the word "divisions" with "offices." So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Thereafter, make an omnibus amendment to replace the word "divisions" with "offices" and the word "division" with "office," such that all ECCD divisions or all ECCD division will now read as ECCD offices or ECCD office. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 11, line 27, insert a new letter C, which reads as follows. C, Advisory Committee for Early Childhood Care and Development, period dash. An advisory committee for early childhood care and development, which shall be composed of early childhood education experts or practitioners and a representative from the academe, is hereby created. The committee, which shall directly coordinate and collaborate with the executive director, shall have the following powers and functions. 1. Represents early childhood education experts or practitioners and their respective organizations, and participate in the consultative meetings of the ECCD Council in the formulation of policies, plans and strategies, programs, rules and regulations, guidelines, and regulatory changes on early childhood care and development. 2. Conduct research and policy studies on early childhood care and development. 3. Subject to compliance with the provisions of Republic Act Number 10173 or the Data Privacy Act of 2012, gather, consolidate, and interpret relevant data on early childhood care and development, and prepare the necessary report for the Executive Director. 4. Review existing and recommend new legislation to promote the educational welfare and physical and psychological well-being physical and psychosocial well-being of the child. And number 5, perform other similar functions as may be necessary, subject to prior consultation with relevant stakeholders regarding the composition of the committee and the qualification and terms of office of the members. The ECCD Council, within 60 days from the effectivity of this act, shall issue the necessary orders on the creation and composition of the committee and direct its members to extend the necessary assistance and cooperation to the committee in the performance of its functions. The composition of the committee and the qualifications and terms of office of its members shall be stated in the IRR of this act. The committee is independent from the ECCD Council, and its members shall not be entitled to any compensation in the performance of this function. So move, in the performance of their functions. So move, Mr. President.
Are there any objection? There being none, amendments is approved.
For the record, Mr. President, the aforementioned amendment was from Senator Pia Cayetano. Section 11, professionalization of CDTs.
What page, Mr. Spons?
Page 14, line 10. After the word CDTs, insert a comma and the words SG10 for CDWs with an associate degree, comma, So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 10, after the word for, insert the words the other. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still, on page 14, line 11, after the word degree, insert a comma and the words preferably with units in early childhood education, comma. So moved, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 18, line 9, insert a comma after the word CDWs and the phrase including addressing the other human resource needs, comma. So moved, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still on page 18, line 10, insert a new paragraph which reads as follows. To enable LGUs to implement the provisions of this Act, the personal services limitations under Sections 325A and 331B of Republic Act Number 7160 of the Local Government or the Local Government Code of 1991 shall not be applicable to the expenses appropriated for the compensation of child development teachers and child development workers. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
This is likewise, Mr. President, the aforementioned amendment is likewise from Senator Pia Cayetano.
All right.
And lastly, Mr. President, the new long title of Senate Bill number 2575 shall be an act further strengthening the early childhood care and development system, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 10410, otherwise known as the Early Years Act of 2013, and appropriating funds therefore. So moved, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President,
May I take the floor, Mr. President? Yeah.
Senator
Senator
Pia
Pia
Cayetano
Yeah.
is seeking the floor.
Yes.
Just a manifestation. I'd like to thank the chairperson for accepting our amendments. The ECCD law is extremely important, and we're very happy to see that we are making amendments to change with the times, no? And a lot of them are consistent with the findings of EDCOM, and also I hope it will help this representation in the defense of its budget every year, because there's only so little we can do if the framework is lacking or not in place to really see our vision through. So I'm very happy for this, and we thank the sponsor. I'd like also to be a co-author if I have not requested to be so yet. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you,
Pia.
Mr. President. Just a short response, and I thank Her Honor Senator Pia Cayetano for making very important suggestions to further sharpen the bill, to further enhance the bill, especially on the powers of functions and the advisory council that will give independent advice to the ECCD council. And I would like to thank Her Honor for also seeing the importance of changing the structure so that early childhood education will be responsive at the local level and making LGUs responsible for early childhood education. So thank you very much to Senator Pia Cayetano. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2575. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 2575 is hereby approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2575.
Is it, before that, I think Senator Pia Cayetano wishes to be a co-author of the said bill.
She already
With the
manifested.
permission of Senator Gatchalian? With your permission, Senator Pia wishes to be a co-author of the said bill.
It will be an honor, Mr. President. And
Together-
also Senator Zubiri.
Together with Senator Zubiri.
Yeah, it will be an honor, Mr. President.
Noted. Okay, is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 423 on Senate Bill number 2893. This is the bill on the Virology Institute of the Philippines Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2893 under Committee Report number 423.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2893 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act establishing a collaborative and complementary research and development system on virology, creating for the purpose the Virology Institute of the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, with the permission of the chairperson of the Committee on Science and Technology, Senator Zubiri, I move to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano, the chairperson of the subcommittee on the bills on Virology Institute of the Philippines, to deliver the sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is hereby recognized.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension to just set up my the Wi-Fi and my laptop? Thank you.
Session suspended for a minute.
President, again, we move to recognize the chairperson of the subcommittee, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 2893 under Committee Report number 423, or the Virology Institute of the Philippines Act, which is the output of the Subcommittee on Virology. This bill consolidates the efforts of various senators who filed related measures, namely Senator Go, Senator Estrada, Senator Legarda, Senator Zubiri, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Revilla, Senator Villar, Senator Ejercito, Senator Villanueva, Senator Padilla, Senator Tulfo, Senator Lapid, and Senator Cynthia Villar. Additionally, House Bill number 6452, which has been approved by our colleagues in the House of Representatives, was also taken into consideration. As a background, during the COVID-19 pandemic, as you may recall, there was a clamor for scientific data and reliable information to help us properly address the virus. It revealed the world's unpreparedness in handling such a crisis. In the Philippines, the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, known as RITM, rose to the challenge, playing a vital role in our country's pandemic response. As the National Reference Laboratory, RITM conducted testing for COVID-19 and spearheaded capacity-building efforts for other government and private laboratories, providing expertise in evaluating laboratory infrastructure, enhancing staff proficiency, and ensuring compliance with biosafety and biosecurity standards. The invaluable contribution of RITM highlighted the critical role of scientific and virology-focused institutions in addressing public health crisis. Recognizing this need, during the 18th and 19th Congress, several measures were introduced to establish the Virology Institute of the Philippines, which underscored the need to create a framework that acknowledges the interconnectedness of humans, plants, and animals, a core principle of virology essential to understanding and addressing the spread of diseases. In crafting the VIP bill, the committee undertook a careful study of the vital role of RITM and other concerned agencies to ensure complementary and collaborative research and development system on virology. The goal was to create a well-considered and strategic bill, not a reactionary measure driven by panic, but one that effectively addresses the country's needs without wasting our limited resources. This measure is the culmination of the Subcommittee on Virology's efforts, which I have the privilege to chair. It reflects a comprehensive response to the lessons of the COVID-19 pandemic, addressing the need for a science-based, interconnected approach while ensuring alignment with broader public health initiatives. Today, we take a critical step in securing the nation's health and safety for generations to come. My experience as chair of the Committee on Health for nearly a decade, senior vice chair of the Committee on Finance overseeing the health sector budget for 5 years, and former chair of the Committee on SDGs, Innovation and Futures Thinking, have taught me a crucial lesson. We must address today's needs while also preparing for the challenges of the future. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals serve as a vital framework for this forward-looking approach. ensuring intergenerational fairness by anticipating the needs of future generations 20 to 30 years or even more into the future. In particular, SDG 3 emphasizes the importance of promoting good health and well-being for all at every stage of life. This goal reminds us of the responsibility we bear to build a healthier, more sustainable future for those who will come after us. This forward-thinking approach is especially crucial as recent events have underscored how unforeseen health crises can profoundly impact every aspect of society, highlighting the need for proactive and resilient systems to safeguard future generations. The key provisions of the VIP Bill. The Virology Institute of the Philippines is intended to serve as a cornerstone for national health security. Some of its salient features include the establishment of a virology institute that shall focus on research and development to address pathogens and potential disease-causing agents affecting plants, animals, and humans through the One Health approach. The One Health approach is a collaborative, multisectoral, and transdisciplinary framework recognizing the interconnectedness of people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. It seeks to address complex health challenges at the human-animal-plant environment interface by fostering cooperation among various sectors, including public health, veterinary medicine, agriculture, and environmental science, to achieve optimal health outcomes for all. The VIP will function as an attached agency under the Department of Science and Technology. It shall serve as the lead convener for research and development in the field of virology, encompassing all kinds of viruses and other pathogens in plants, animals, and humans. It will create a VIP board which shall serve as the policy-making body for scientific and technological activities of the Institute. It will also facilitate collaboration with local and foreign experts, organizations, and institutions. Harmonizing functions with existing agencies. Recent years have highlighted critical gaps in our health system, particularly in addressing emerging infectious diseases that stem from the intricate interplay between human health, animal health, and the environment. The VIP is envisioned to address these gaps and ensure that our country is better prepared for future health emergencies. We have also carefully considered the potential overlapping functions of the RITM and other concerned agencies with the VIP. The RITM will retain its current function and collaborate with the VIP in virology-related areas, providing expertise in detecting and identifying emerging infectious diseases, all while maintaining its independent functions under the DOH. The VIP will complement their work, creating a more integrated and robust system for health research and response. Furthermore, the DOH fully supports the establishment of the VIP as the country's research and development institute. This initiative will bolster the nation's ability to address future health crises and pandemics effectively. Through this measure, we aim to adopt a framework that fosters a whole-of-system, whole-of-government, and whole-of-society approach that would streamline science-based decision-making and policy-making, especially during public health emergencies. In closing, health is a fundamental human right, and the establishment of the Virology Institute of the Philippines is a significant step towards ensuring that every Filipino has access to the highest standard of health. Let us not wait for another pandemic to highlight the urgency of this initiative. Instead, let us act now to build a healthier, more resilient future for our nation. I urge my esteemed colleagues to join me in supporting the immediate passage of this measure. Together, let us build the foundation for a stronger and more prepared Philippines. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian would like to deliver a co-sponsorship speech. Move that he be recognized.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor the Virology Institute of the Philippines Act. Mr. President, if there is one thing the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, no country can effectively navigate a pandemic crisis without prompt and science-based responses. We were reminded of the immense cost of being unprepared. We anxiously awaited updates on vaccines from other countries, wondering when they would arrive, whether we could afford them, and how quickly we could distribute them to our people. And while we eventually secured those vaccines, the experience left us with lingering questions. What if the next virus arrives? What if the next virus arrives? Will we be any better prepared? or will we once again find ourselves at the mercy of other countries to provide the critical vaccines and therapeutics we desperately need for? Though the creation of the Virology Institute of the Philippines, through the creation of the Virology Institute of the Philippines, we are building our nation's resilience. It aims to establish a Virology Institute that shall focus on research and development to address pathogens and potential disease-causing agents affecting plants, animals, and humans, and to ensure the application of these findings will be used towards vaccine self-reliance and protection of our citizens. This bill goes further than just preparing for the next pandemic. It builds the scientific foundation for applied research that will lead to locally developed diagnostics kits, vaccines, treatments, and therapeutics, not just for humans, but also for animals and plants. By doing so, we ensure that our agriculture remains resilient and our food supplies secure. Diseases that devastate crops and livestock can have far-reaching consequences for our farmers and therefore for our economy. Through this measure, we take a holistic approach to disease control and prevention. Ginong Pangulo, napapanahon ng isabatas natin ang VIP Act sa harap ng mga bantang tulad ng African swine fever, bird flu, tilapia lake virus at iba pang mga sakit na naipapasa ng hayop sa tao na lumitaw sa nakalipas na mga dekada. Ang susunod na viral na banta ay hindi na tanong kung darating ito, kung hindi kung kailan ang dating nito. At kapag dumating ito, titiyakin ng VIP na mayroon tayong mga kasangkapan, eksperto at kakayahan upang protektahan ang ating mga kababayan. Before I end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to my fellow co-authors for their commitment to championing the cause behind this proposed measure. Let us pass this bill and show the world that the Philippines is ready to take charge of its future in virology research. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Sherwin. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I likewise would associate myself with the sponsorship speech of the chairperson and would be submitting a co-sponsorship speech to be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
Noted.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2889, an act protecting product endorsers from an authorized sale of investment contracts and other forms of securities, providing penalties thereto and for other purposes, Senator Padilla.
Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, and Economic Affairs.
Senate Number 2890, an act penalizing the deliberate use of false addresses and the issuance of subpoena, providing penalties therefor, Senator Padilla.
Justice and Human Rights.
2891, establishing a national high school in Barangay Doos del Norte, Municipality of Hindang, Province of Leyte, to be known as Doos del Norte National High School, appropriating funds therefor, Senator Tolentino.
Basic Education Finance.
Senate Number 2892, establishing in the Municipality of Liloy, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, a Level 2 hospital to be known as the Liloy District Hospital and appropriating funds therefor, Senator Tolentino.
Rules.
2894, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Woon Shuk Heo, Senator Gatchalian.
Justice and Human Rights.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 1250, congratulating and commending Padel Pilipinas and national team athletes Tao Yi Tan and Marian Cappadocia for winning their second championship title, reigning as two-time champions in the female professional category in the Asia-Pacific Padel Tour, introduced by Senator Cayetano P.
Rules.
Committee Report 423, jointly by the Committee on Science and Technology upon the recommendation of its subcommittee, Committees on Ways and Means and Finance on Senate Number 2893, with Senators Go, Estrada, Legarda, Zubiri, Gatchalian, Reville Jr., Villar M., Ejercito, Villanueva, Padilla, Tulfo, Lapid, Villar C., Cayetano AP, and Cayetano P. as authors, establishing a collaborative and complementary research and development system in virology, creating for the purpose the Virology Institute of the Philippines, and appropriating funds therefor. Recommending this approval in substitution of Senate numbers 196281, 489599, 9419811, 130, 1161, 1322, 1363, 1818, 1819, 1928, taking into consideration House Number 6452, sponsor Senator Cayetano P.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 422 on House Bill Number 6505, This is the bill renewing the franchise of the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 6505 under Committee Report number 422.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bill number 6505 is now in order. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8954. An act granting the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, I move to recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, honorable members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen. As your chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, I am honored to sponsor House Bill number 6505 under Committee Report number 422 today, providing for the renewal for another 25 years of the franchise granted to International or Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8954, entitled An Act Granting the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation a Franchise to Construct, Install, Establish, Operate, and Maintain Radio and Television Broadcasting Stations in the Philippines. IBC 13 has played a vital role in our lives since its inception in 1960, cascading crucial and accurate information to Filipinos, most especially on matters of public concern, national emergencies, political and economic affairs, and current events. Its operations are undoubtedly important to national development, disaster preparedness, analyzing consumer behavior, shaping public opinion, and cultural preservation. Kamakailan lang po, nakatutok ang sambayanan sa mga pangyayari sa mga hearing dito sa Senado at pati sa mababang kapulungan dahil sa mahalagang diskusyon ukol sa pamunuan ng gobyerno at iba-ibang pang issue. Salamat sa Senate TV at Congress TV ng IBC 13. Lumalawak ang kaalaman ng ating mga kababayan sa iba't ibang mga personalidad sa ating pamahalaan, mga kaganapan sa politika at estado ng mga pampublikong proyekto. The renewal of IBC's franchise will enable the network to continue its crucial role in sharing government and public information. It will also enable the network to reformat its digital capacity and embrace new broadcasting technology. Furthermore, IBC 13 will continue to promote ethical media standards and at the helm in combating the spread of fake news and disinformation. Amongst the salient features of the bill are the following. Number one, Section 3 on the prior approval of the National Telecommunication Commissions requires IBC 13 to secure licenses and permits from the NTC for the construction and operations of its stations and facilities. It also authorizes the NTC to revoke or suspend after due process the permits or licenses it issued and may recommend to Congress the revocation of the franchise for any violation of the provision of this franchise. Number two, Section 4 on the responsibility to the public. IBC 13 is mandated to provide adequate public service time free of charge to enable the government, particularly the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, as well as the constitutional commissions and international humanitarian organizations duly recognized by statutes, to relay important information on public issues. The bill limits public service time to a maximum of 10% of paid commercials of advertisements, which shall be allocated based on need. Number three, likewise, and pursuant to RA 8370, otherwise known as the Children's Television Act of 1997, IBC 13 shall allot a minimum
of 15% of its daily airtime to child-friendly shows within its regular programming. Number 4, a new provision under Section 9 of the commitment to provide and promote the creation of employment opportunities was also included in the bill mandating IBC 13 to create employment opportunities and accept the on-the-job trainees in line with its duty to promote workforce development. Finally, a provision on penalty was included in Section 13 of the bill, which states that failure of the grantee to submit the requisite annual report to Congress shall be penalized by a fine of 500 pesos per working day of non-compliance and shall be paid to the NTC. Mr. President, apart from the previously mentioned reasons, the urgent need to renew the franchise of IBC 13 is made for crucial by Section 12 of RA 10390, or the Act Revitalizing the People's Television Network Incorporated, which highlight the government's intention to privatize RPN 9 and IBC 13. On June 13, 2024, a memorandum from the Executive Secretary has ordered the governance commissions for GOCCs to reconstitute a technical working group for the privatization of IBC 13. To pave the way for privatization, we need to extend the life of IBC 13. A new franchise will give IBC 13 sufficient time to increase its book value, make the company more profitable, expand and upgrade its operations with the end goal of making it more financially attractive to private sector. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, despite the several challenges that IBC 13 faced from the time it started its journey up to the present, it continues to deliver public service to the people. Kahit ilang beses nang naghikahos, patuloy pa rin ang pagsiservisyo sa publiko. At naniniwala tayo na kailangan ipagpatuloy ang serbisyong ito para sa mga susunod pang taon. Ang pagsuporta sa panukalang batas na ito ay pagsuporta para mapangalagaan natin ang karapatan ng bawat Pilipino na magkaroon ng tamang impormasyon at kaalaman, lalo na patungkol sa mga pangyayari sa gobyerno. Kaagapay ng karapatang ito ay ang kakayahan ng bawat Pilipino na makisali at makilahok sa pagbuo ng isang progresibong Pilipinas. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this representation would likewise associate himself with the rationale for the extension of the franchise of the Intercontinental Broadcasting Corporation and would submit likewise a co-sponsorship speech to be inserted as part of the records.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6505. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders the following. Committee Report number 412 on House Bill number 3401. Committee Report number 410 on House Bill number 4275. Committee Report number 404 on House Bill number 5659. Committee Report number 403 on House Bill number 5731. Committee Report number 379 on House Bill number 5911. Committee Report number 388 on House Bill 6556. Committee Report number 371 on House Bill number 7514. Committee Report number 372 on House Bill number 8152. Committee Report number 373 on House Bill number 8186. Committee Report number 374 on House Bill number 8279. Committee Report number 380 on House Bill number 8280. Committee Report number 375 on House Bill number 8281. Committee Report number 376 on House Bill number 8282. Committee Report number 393 on House Bill number 8283. Committee Report number 394 on House Bill number 8284. Committee Report number 408 on House Bill number 9047. Committee Report number 378 on House Bill number 9048, Committee Report number 382 on House Bill 9049, Committee Report number 381 on House Bill 9648, Committee Report number 383 on House Bill 9649, Committee Report number 407 on House Bill 9625, Committee Report number 384 on House Bill number 9626, Committee Report number 385 on House Bill 9627, Committee Report number 386 on House Bill number 9649, Committee Report number 419 on House Bill 9650, Committee Report number 406 on House Bill 9651, Committee Report number 420 on House Bill 9652, Committee Report number 418 on House Bill 9653, Committee Report number 417 on House Bill number 9654, Committee Report number 416 on House Bill 9655, Committee Report number 415 on House Bill number 9664, Committee Report number 415 on House Bill number 9664.
Inulit mo lang. Double entry.
Yes, Mr. President. I thought my reading glass is not
No.
working. Committee Report number 411 on House Bill number 9757. Committee Report number 387 on House Bill number 9758. Committee Report number 414 on House Bill number 10670. Committee Report number 413 on House Bill number 10773. Committee Report number 405 on House Bill number 10774. Committee Report number 399 on House Bill number 10775. Committee Report number 398 on House Bill 10776. Committee Report number 390 on House Bill number 1077. Committee Report number 409 on House Bill number 10778. Committee Report number 389 on House Bill number 10779. Committee Report number 391 on House Bill 10780. Committee Report number 397 on House Bill 10781. Committee Report number 392 on House Bill number 10782. Committee Report number 395 on House Bill number 10784. Committee Report number 396 on House Bill 10785. Committee Report number 377 on House Bill 10835. Committee Report number 400 on House Bill 10837. Committee Report number 401 on House Bill 10838. And finally, Committee Report number 402 on House Bill 10839. These are all the bills for the Land Transportation Office. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the aforementioned House bills. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Number 3401, LTO District Office, Patotan, Iloilo. 4275, LTO Class D District Office, Nabuo, Camarines Sur. 5659, District Office, San Miguel, Iloilo. 5731, Extension Office, Dolores, Eastern Samar. 5911, District Office, Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte. 6556, District Office, San Dionisio, Iloilo. 7514, District Office, Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. 8152, Las Piñas City, LTO Licensing Center. 8186, District Office, Sulop, Province of Davao del Sur. 8279, District Office, Cordova, Cebu. 8280, District Office, Consolacion, Cebu. 8281, District Office, Gataran, Cagayan. 8282, LTO District Office, Taal, Batangas. 8283, District Office, Padre Garcia, Batangas. 8284, Siargao District Office. LTO 9047, LTO District Office, Catanawan, Quezon. 9048, District Office, Digos, Davao del Sur. 9049, District Office, Rosales, Pangasinan. 9468, District Office, Pandan, Antique. 9469, LTO Binilonan District Office, Urdaneta City, Pangasinan. 9625, District Office, Solana, Cagayan. 9626, District Office, Candon City, Ilocos Sur. 9627, District Office, Lingayen, Pangasinan. 9649, District Office, Nagilian, La Union. 9650, District Office, Taguig City. 9651, District Office, Pili, Camarines Sur. 9652, District Office, Ubay, Bohol. 9653, District Office, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. 9654, District Office, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. 9655, District Office, Naga City, Camarines Sur. 9664, District Office, Ilog, Negros Occidental. 9757, District Office, Trento, Agusan del Sur. 9758, District Office, Burgos, Ilocos Norte. 10671, Class B, District Office, Sorsogon City. 10773, Regular District Office, Sanchez Mira, Cagayan. 10774, Class C, Partido District Office, Tigaon, Camarines Sur. 10775, Class C District Office, Bayambang, Pangasinan. 10776, Montalban District Office, Montalban, Rizal. 10777, Class A District Office, Lawag City, Ilocos Norte. 10778, Class B District Office, Agoon, La Union. 10779, Extension Office, San Pascual, Batangas. 10780, Regular Class B Licensing Center, Baguio City. 10781, Regular District Office, Buug, Zamboanga, Sibugay. 10782, Class B District Office, Ligao City, Albay. 10784, Class B District Office, Alaminos, Pangasinan. 10785, Regular District Office, Ticao Island, Masbate. 10835, Regular District Office, Maayon, Capiz. 10837, Regular District Office, Naik, Cavite. 10838, Class C and Regular District Offices, Lamut and Alfonso Lista, Ifugao. And House Bill number 10839, Class C District Office, Mati, Davao Oriental.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Raffy Tulfo, the Chairman of the Committee on Public Services, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. In our efforts to provide better public services to our kababayans, we are proposing the creation of 15 district offices and 2 extension offices, conversion of 15 extension offices to regular district offices, as well as the reclassification of 18 existing district offices in terms of class. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, because we are bringing the service closer to the public, mas magiging madali na para sa mga kababayan natin na makipagtransaksyon sa LTO sa karagdagang 50 bayan at syudad sa pamagitan ng mga panukalang batas na aking tinatayuan ngayong hapon. Certainly, the passage of these bills will ease the difficulties encountered by our kababayans during the processing of their vehicle registration and driver's licenses, either because of congestion or inaccessibility of existing LTO offices. Hindi lang mababawasan ang sayang na oras dahil sa biyahe at pamasahe, kundi ninipis din ang pila at dami ng tao sa mga karatig LTO offices. The cities and municipalities which will primarily benefit from these measures are the following. For the creation of district offices, number 1, Pototan, Iloilo, Nabua, Camarines Sur, San Miguel, Iloilo, San Dionisio, Iloilo, Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, Sulop, Davao del Sur, Cordova, Cebu, Consolacion, Cebu, Padre Garcia, Batangas, Pandan, Antique, Pili, Camarines Sur, Ubay, Bohol, Calamansig, Sultan Kudarat, Ilog, Negros Occidental, Maayon, Capiz. For the creation of extension offices, Dolores, Eastern Samar, San Pascual, Batangas. For the conversion of extension offices to district offices, Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte, Las Piñas City, Gataran, Cagayan, Taal, Batangas, Catanduan, Quezon, Tuaw, Cagayan, Nagilian, La Union, Taguig City, Trento, Agusan del Sur, Burgos, Ilocos Norte, Sanchez Mira, Cagayan, Rodriguez, Rizal, Bug, Zamboanga, Sibugay, San Jacinto, Ticao Island, Masbate, and Naik, Cavite. For the reclassification of district offices, Dapa, Siargao, Digos, Davao del Sur, Rosales, Pangasinan, Binalonan, Pangasinan, Candon City, Ilocos Sur, Lingayen, Pangasinan, San Carlos, Pangasinan, Naga City, Camarines Sur, Sorsogon City, Tigawon, Camarines Sur, Bayambang, Pangasinan, Lawag City, Ilocos Norte, Aguo, La Union, Baguio City, Ligao City, Albay, Alaminos City, Pangasinan, Lamot, Ifugao, and Mati, Davao Oriental. The 15 additional regular LTO district offices and 2 extension offices, conversion of 15 extension offices to regular district offices, and the reclassification of 18 existing district offices in terms of class would not only make it easier to obtain driver's licenses or register motor vehicles in these cities and municipalities, but would also reduce the load of existing overburdened LTO offices. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the goal of your Committee on Public Services is to serve the people properly and efficiently. Thus, I am here standing before you today to urge you for the passage of these 50 legislative measures. Thank you and good afternoon.
Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this representation would likewise insert a co-sponsorship speech into the records, Mr. President. In the same manner, Senator Bongo would like to insert his omnibus co-sponsorship speech for all the LTO bills, Mr. President.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted and all inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills relative to the constitution of some LTO offices. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we could transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for Special Orders Committee Report number 345. On Senate Bill number 2872, this is the bill on the National Education Support Personnel Day Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2872 under Committee Report number 345.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2872 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act declaring the 16th day of May of every year a special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day, mandating the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education to lead in its observance and appropriating funds therefor.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Win Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. I rise today to sponsor a proposed measure that acknowledges the invaluable contributions of a group often working behind the scenes within our education sector, the education support personnel. Our education support personnel, our ESPs, are the backbone of our basic and higher education institutions, with over 107,000 support personnel in the Department of Education alone and more than 63,000 across state universities and colleges, according to the data from the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges. Their collective work is crucial to the academic, social, and emotional growth of every student. Though they may not always be visible, their roles enable our learners to achieve greater levels of knowledge, confidence, and success. Bilang dating mayor ng Valenzuela, nakita ko mismo ang mahalagang gampanin ng ating mga ESP sa bawat araw na pagtakbo ng ating mga paaralan. Ang mga utility worker, security guard, admin staff, sila ang tahimik na nag-aayos at nagtitiyak na ang ating mga eskwelahan ay ligtas, organisado at maayos para sa mga estudyante at guro. Nakita ko kung paano nila sinusuong ang bawat hamon, lalo na sa panahon ng sakuna o krisis, upang siguraduhin patuloy ang pag-aaral at kaayusan sa bawat sulok ng paaralan. Kung wala ang ating mga support personnel, hindi maisa sa katuparan ng isang paaralan ang misyong nitong makapagbigay ng maayos, ligtas at organisadong kapaligiran para sa mga mag-aaral. Mr. President, the importance of ESP is recognized globally, with May 16 marked annually as the World Education Support Personnel Day since 2018, a day dedicated to honoring their crucial role in education worldwide. Countries such as Australia, Canada, Malta, South Africa, and the United States celebrate Education Support Personnel Day each year to honor them. Yet, here in the Philippines, we have not fully recognized their essential contributions. While Republic Act Number 10743 rightfully declared October 5 as National Teachers' Day, dedicating a day for our teachers, it does not include recognition for the teaching-related and non-teaching personnel who serve as the silent pillars of our educational institutions. Under this proposed measure, we seek to declare every 16th of May as a special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day. This day seeks to recognize the persons employed in teaching-related and non-teaching positions by any public or private school, college, university, or any educational institution. Sila ang ating teaching assistants, registrars, librarians, doctors, nurses, guidance counselors, psychologists, clerks, at mga bumubuo ng professional, administrative, technical, and general staff na sumusuporta sa ating mga mag-aaral at guro. Through this bill, we propose that the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education lead an annual program of activities to celebrate and honor our ESPs. Moreover, to ensure a meaningful observance of this day, the heads of national government agencies and government-owned and controlled corporations involved in education, local government units, and employers in the private sector involved in education are encouraged to allow their personnel to participate in related activities within their workplaces. By passing this bill, we send a clear message. Our education support personnel may be hidden from the spotlight, but their dedication deserves recognition and respect. This day of recognition will remind us that quality education requires a collective effort, a true team that goes beyond teachers alone. This recognition is especially timely considering recent efforts by the Department of Education, particularly through DepEd Order No. 2 Series of 2024, which calls for the immediate removal of administrative tasks from our teachers. These responsibilities are increasingly delegated to non-teaching personnel, allowing teachers to focus on teaching alone. Our ESPs, therefore, bear an even greater weight in ensuring our schools run smoothly and our students receive quality support and care. Before I end, allow me to thank the co-authors of this bill, Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Lito Lapid, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Mark Villar, for their contributions in drafting this significant legislation. Sa araw na ito, ipinapakita natin na ang ating mga education support personnel ay hindi lamang bahagi ng sistema ng ating edukasyon. Sila ay nagsisilbing haligi ng ating pangarap na makamit ang mataas na kalidad ng edukasyon para sa bawat sambayanang Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Win Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure, I move that Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa be recognized.
Senator Bato is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2872 under Committee Report number 345, which recognizes the significance of our education support personnel by declaring the 16th day of May of every year as National Education Support Personnel Day. Sabi po ni Phil Jackson, na kilala bilang isa sa pinakamahusay na coach of all time. The strength of the team is each individual member. The strength of each member is the team. Today, we look at our education institutions as one team, and their respective support personnel as essential members of that team. For far too long, the vital contributions of this personnel have been overshadowed. Kada araw sila ay nagtatrabaho na walang kapagod-pagod upang masigurado na magiging payapa at matuwid ang operasyon ng ating mga eskwelahan, kolehiyo at universidad. Ang ating teaching assistants na nagbibigay ng suporta sa ating mga estudyante, ang ating mga librarian na nagtuturo sa ating mga anak na mahalin ang pagbabasa, ang mga school nurse na laging takbuhan ng mga estudyanteng may sakit, at ang mga guidance counselor na siya namang takbuhan kung may problema sa bahay. Nariyan din ang administrative staff na tumutulong sa pag-aayos ng records at kabuuang operasyon ng eskwelahan. Ilan lang po ito sa ating mga education support personnel, Mr. President. While it is true that their work is done behind the scenes, the results of their good work shows up at the forefront of successful school operations. Sa kanila nakasalalay ang maayos at organisadong pagpapatakbo ng ating mga paaralan. Kung kaya nararapat lamang na sila ay ating bigyang pansin, pagpupugay at pagpapahalaga. Kaya para po sa ating mga education support personnel, nais kong sabihin, we see you, your Senate sees you, and we value you. You are important because without anyone to do the work that is done behind the scenes, we would be left without a sin at all. It is on account of what you do that our educational institutions can flourish. You complete the education of our nation's children. Hawak ninyo ang isang mahalagang susi tungo sa kanilang kinabukasan. Let May 16 of every year reminds us of this vital truth. I would also like to ask the good sponsor if I may be made co-author of this noble bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Senator Gatchalian, I think Senator De La Rosa wishes to be a co-sponsor of your bill.
Be an honor, Mr. President.
Noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Bong Revilla would like to insert his co-sponsorship speech for the bill.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader of inserting the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Revilla is inserted into records.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2872.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Committee Report number 136 pertaining to the revenues generated by the government from the Philippine Offshore Gaming Operations or BOGOS. To sponsor the report, I move to recognize Senator Win Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Committee Report number 136 now in order. Senator Gatchalian is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. In 20... Meron bang ano? May PowerPoint ba ito? We're just waiting for the PowerPoint, Mr. President.
What?
The PowerPoint presentation. There. Good afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. In 2022, the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs investigated the economic and social costs incurred by the government in addressing crimes related to the Philippine offshore gaming or POGO industry. The findings were synthesized into the present committee report, which I now have the pleasure of formally sponsoring on the floor more than a year since it was originally filed on September 19, 2023. In sponsoring this committee report, I would like to put on record the Senate's role as the vanguard in investigating POGOs and unmasking them as a menace to Philippine society that must be ended. To recall, our investigation sought the answer to the question, do the economic benefits provided to the Philippines by POGOs outweigh their economic and social cost? Our investigation found that indeed the dire cost of POGOs to Philippine society far outweighed any potential benefits. This was the beginning of the end of POGOs as public sentiment began to turn on them until our president bravely decided to ban them. Our criticism of POGOs as undesirable institution is not based merely on speculation and conjecture. It is supported by cold, hard evidence. According to the July 2024 position of the Department of Finance in 2023, the annual net cost of allowing offshore gaming operations to continue in the Philippines is 99.552 billion. The social costs are evident. The social costs of POGOs are evident in the senseless POGO-related crime and violence that have dominated news headlines over the past years. In other words, it is none other than the Filipino people who would pay the price if POGOs would be allowed to continue operating in the Philippines. This is something we cannot afford to happen. As we move to institutionalize the brave decision of the President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to rid the Philippines of POGOs through the POGO ban bill, we first move to adopt the findings of our investigation as embodied in this committee report. We will also move to amend the report during the period of amendment to call for the ban to call for a total ban rather than a gradual phase-out in line with the President's pronouncement and POGO ban bill. The committee report also encapsulates findings from the privileged speeches delivered by this representation on February 15, 2023, regarding the anomalies surrounding the POGO third-party auditor, and March 22, 2023, Chairman's report on the social costs attributable to the POGO industry. Mr. President, to reiterate, the social and economic cost of allowing POGOs to continue operating on our shores far outweigh any perceived economic benefits we might enjoy. POGOs pose a serious reputational risk that hampers tourism and investment in the country. More than anything, POGOs endanger the safety and welfare of Filipinos and foreigners visiting our shores. With such compelling evidence on hand, as shown in the committee report, the choice is clear. It is time, once and for all, to ban POGOs. Finally, it really is game over for the POGO industry. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Win. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, ready to resume just a minor administrative matter, a major administrative matter, Mr. President. I move to elect Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as member of the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, Vice Senator Lauren Legarda. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 367 on Senate Bill number 1278. This is the bill on the Business Permit and Licensing Office BPLO Act of 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1278 under Committee Report number 367.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 1278 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice, inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act establishing a business permit and licensing office, BPLO, in every city or municipality in the country.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize Senator Joseph Victoria Hercito, Chairman of the Committee on Local Government. I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Hercito is recognized.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. I rise today to sponsor Senate Bill number 1278 under Committee Report number 367, or the Business Permit and Licensing Office, or BPLO Act. Building on past successes, the 17th Congress passed the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018 to reduce bureaucracy and simplify government transactions. This was a significant step, but we must continue striving for more efficient and accessible public services for our people. Hangad ng panukalang batas na ito na ma-institutionalize ang Business Permits and Licensing Office or BPLO sa bawat LGU sa buong bansa. Sa kasulukuyan, hindi lahat ng LGU ay mayroong dedikadong BPLO na nag-aayos ng mga permits at lisensya ng mga negosyo at establishmento. Sa pamamagitan sa pagtatalaga natin ng BPLO sa bawat munisipyo o lungsod, mas magiging organisado at mabilis ang pag-apply at pag-renew ng business permits at mas mapapadali para sa mga nagnenegosyo sa ating mga komunidad. The Business Permits and Licensing Office or BPLO will serve as the central hub for all business-related interactions with the government. Imagine a one-stop shop where entrepreneurs can efficiently process permits, licenses, and other requirements. This streamlined approach will save business valuable time and resources, which would allow them to focus on what they do best, creating jobs and driving economic progress. More than just a permit processing center, the BPLO will also play a key role in attracting business investments, both local and foreign. By actively promoting our community's economic potential and fostering a business-friendly environment, the BPLO will further help generate opportunities in the locality. To ensure effective leadership, the BPLO will be headed by a chief who will have the rank and salary of a department head. The selection process conducted by the Personnel Selection and Promotions Board of the respective LGUs guarantees that the chosen leader possesses the necessary qualifications and expertise to fulfill their responsibilities. This position will be included under the mandatory appointed local officials as outlined in the Local Government Code, further institutionalizing the BPLO's integration into the local government structure. This bill proposes a clear and efficient structure for the BPLO with 4 specialized divisions to handle various aspects of business regulation and support. In filling the positions for these new offices, the bill ensures that we prioritize the hiring of existing local government employees, ensuring that we have a skilled and dedicated workforce already in place to serve the public. And to ensure the sustainability of the BPLO in each locality, funding will be incorporated into the annual budget of each local government unit. With this, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to join me in support the swift passage of this crucial bill. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Hercito. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number
But before that, before your motion, Senator Gatchalian.
Yeah, Mr.
Yes,
President,
Mr. President, I
please.
retract my abort
I-
motion.
I also wish to deliver a co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise to co-sponsor the Business Permit and Licensing Office Act of 2022, a measure close to my heart as someone who has spent years advocating for efficient government services. Bilang dating alkalde ng Valenzuela City, alam ko ang hirap na dinaranas ng mga Valenzuelano sa pagkuha ng business permit. Minsan, sa haba ng proseso, mas madali pang magtayo ng negosyo kaysa magparehistro ng negosyo. It was these experiences that inspired us in Valenzuela to streamline processes, reduce waiting times, and improve transparency in government transactions. This led us to a more business-friendly city, one where entrepreneurs could focus on growing their businesses instead of dealing with unnecessary bureaucracy. Ang natutunan ko sa aking karanasan ay simple. Kapag mabilis at maayos ang serbisyo, lubos na nakikinabang ang ating mga kababayan at ang ating ekonomiya. But this bill speaks more than Valenzuela, Mr. President. This bill is about institutionalizing these best practices across the entire country. The BPLO Act of 2022 ensures that every city and municipality will have a dedicated business permit and licensing office. It is about giving every local government the tools and the mandate to serve their constituents better. By establishing a BPLO in every LGU, we create a one-stop shop for business-related transactions, reducing the burden on our entrepreneurs and making government services more accessible and systematic. It complements the spirit of Ease of Doing Business Act, which has already laid the groundwork for efficient service delivery. Ang panukalang batas na ito ay isang konkretong hakbang para tiyakin ang bawat LGU ay may kakayahang tugunan ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang mga namumuhunan sa mas episyente at mas maayos na paraan. Before I end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator J.V. Ercito, and to my fellow co-authors for their commitment to championing the cause behind this proposed measure. Let us pass this measure and take another step towards a government that is truly for the people, efficient, responsive, and ready to help. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, let us support the BPLO Act of 2022 and bring meaningful reform to the lives of the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Win. Senator Joel Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is just to make a short manifestation, Mr. President. In 2007, this representation pushed for the very first Anti-Red Tape Act when we were still a member of the House of Representatives. And then it was the calls to expand the law came out, the ease of doing business. And I believe this particular measure will also help out, Mr. President, in not only curbing the evils of graft and corruption, but also helping our businesses to flourish and encourage to create more jobs in this country. So if I may, with the permission of the sponsors, if I may be allowed to become a co-author, co-sponsor of the measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. What does the sponsor say?
Gladly, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator JV.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
this representation would likewise submit a co-sponsorship speech to be inserted into records, Mr. President.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1278.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 342 on Senate Bill number 2668. This is the Anti-Pogo Act of 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2868 under Committee Report number 342.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2868 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act banning and declaring illegal offshore gaming operations in the Philippines and other corporations related thereto, repealing for the purpose Republic Act numbered 11,590, otherwise known as an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, to deliver the sponsorship speech, and likewise yield to Senator J.V. Ercito, the Deputy Majority Leader.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to sponsor the Anti-Pogo Act of 2024, a bill that seeks to eliminate once and for all the operations of Philippine offshore gaming operators, well known as POGOs, in our country. Effective today, all POGOs are banned. These powerful words were spoken by our President during the recent State of the Nation address, reaffirming our collective resolve to rid our nation of this detrimental industry. This proposal aligns with the President's directive and seeks to institutionalize it, ensuring that this ban extends beyond the current administration. When POGOs first entered our shores in 2016, they came cloaked in promises of economic growth, job creation, foreign investment, and new revenue streams to fuel our nation's development. We welcome them with hope, believing in the opportunities they seem to offer. Yet today, we must confront the reality of those promises. Ano nga ba ang kapalit ng mga pangakong iyon? Over the years, the true cause of POGOs have revealed themselves. A different story emerged, a dark and painful one, written in headlines, crime statistics, and the anguished cries of victims. POGOs have been implicated in a staggering list of criminal activities: human trafficking, torture, sexual exploitation, money laundering, kidnapping, fraud, online scams, tax evasion, and immigration law violation. Lives have been torn apart, futures shattered. In recent years, authorities have conducted several raids on POGO firms, exposing operations with a veneer of luxury that conceals an undercurrent of exploitation. Take, for example, the raid in March on Zunyuan Technology Incorporated in Bamban, Tarlac. This facility became infamous when an abused foreign worker managed to escape and report the disturbing conditions inside the 7.9-hectare compound. Following the raid, authorities rescued over 800 employees, including around 500 foreigners, 427 of them Chinese nationals. After the raid, documents were discovered bearing the name of then Bamban Mayor Alice Guo, who was later found to be the Chinese national Guo Huaping. Her involvement in this POGO operation includes her role as president of Baofu Land, the property on which two POGO firms, Zunyuan and Hongsheng Gaming Technology, operate. Napaniwala tayo na wala daw siyang kinalaman sa POGO, pero ultimo pati pangalan niya, pineke niya para magpanggap na Pilipino at magsilbi kuno sa mga taga Bamban. While investigations into Zunyuan Technology Incorporated continued, authorities uncovered yet another illegal POGO hub, this time in Porac, Pampanga. This massive 10-hectare property known as Lucky South 99 held 46 buildings and luxurious facilities, including a golf course. Here, a total of 186 foreign and Filipino workers were apprehended. One of the key players identified as Cassandra Ong, who was later discovered to be connected to Guo Huaping. Sa gitna ng mga naganap na raids sa loob ng compound, ilang nakakakilabot na mga eksena ang natuklasan ng mga otoridad. Mga biktimang natagpuan na may bakas ng torture. Sa isang kwarto, natuklasan ang isa pang biktima, bugbog at nakakadena sa frame ng kama, tila ginawang bilanggo ng walang kalaban-laban. Ayon din sa mga testamento ng mga biktima, mayroon di umanong mga bangkay ng mga pinaslang na mga individual sa paligid ng Lucky South 99. Apart from these scenes, they have also turned the Philippines into a haven for money laundering, using our nation as a front for legalizing funds to legitimize funds tainted by illegal activities. Sa ganitong paraan, hindi lang tayo pinaglalaroan, inalipusta rin nila ang ating bansa bilang daluyan ng kanilang maruming pera. Ilan lamang ito sa napakaraming raid at operasyon na nagbukas ng mas malalim na sugat sa ating lipunan. Each case adds to a growing list of violations that test the very fabric of our society and betray the Filipino people's trust. This is a reality we can no longer ignore. Mr. President, while some may argue that POGOs bring economic benefits, the numbers tell a different story. According to the Department of Finance, for 2023, the net cost of allowing offshore gaming operations in the country is nearly 100 billion pesos. Sa madaling salita, ganito kalaki ang nalugi sa atin kaysa sa kinikita. This staggering figure accounts for lost tourism, potential investment that never reach our shores, and the heavy burden of law enforcement. At hindi lamang sa ekonomiya tayo nalugi, pati na rin sa kapayapaan at kaayusan ng ating bansa. Batay sa datos ng mga POGO-related incidents mula 2018 hanggang May 31, 2024, nakababahala na sa mga krimeng ito, 40% ng mga biktima ay mga Pilipino. Sa madaling salita, ang mga kapwa nating Pilipino ang pangunahin na apektuhan. Mga pamilya ang nawawasak, mga kababayan natin ang nagdusa dahil sa karasang dala ng mga POGO. Beyond economics, we must also confront the social and moral cost of maintaining POGOs. We have allowed our country to become a playground for exploitation and human trafficking, where forced labor takes root within our borders. They have tarnished our values and tainted our nation's dignity. Dinungisan nila ang dangal ng ating bayan. The question we must ask ourselves, how much more are we willing to lose? Given this context, Mr. President, the Anti-Pogo Act of 2024 lays out firm provisions to end the destructive grip of offshore gaming within our borders, ensuring that come January 1, 2025, no person or entity can operate or even offer offshore gaming within Philippine territory. To secure this ban, we prohibit and penalize the following acts: the establishment, operation, or conduct of offshore gaming in the Philippines, any acceptance of betting or gambling linked to these operations, acting as gaming content provider or accredited service provider for POGOs, creation and operation of a POGO hub or POGO site in the Philippines, possession of any gaming equipment or gaming paraphernalia for offshore gaming, and any act of aiding, protecting, or abetting the conduct of any act or activity prohibited under this measure. In addition, by December 31, 2024, all licenses issued by PAGCOR, Special Economic Zone Authority, Tourism Zone Authority, or Freeport Authority, or any other government agency as POGOs, gaming content provider, and accredited service provider in relation to offshore gaming operations in the Philippines will be revoked and canceled permanently. This blanket revocation underscores that there is no longer any room for offshore gaming within our borders. Under this bill, all alien employment permits issued by the Department of Labor and Employment, as well as any visa or work permit issued by the Bureau of Immigration or other visa-issuing agencies for individuals involved in offshore gaming operations are hereby withdrawn, revoked, or canceled permanently. Additionally, this bill holds these operators accountable. All POGOs, their gaming content providers, accredited service providers, and local gaming agents whose licenses will be revoked under this act shall continue to be liable for all taxes, duties, regulatory fees, and all other charges due and payable to the government. Hindi sila pwedeng basta-basta na lang maglaho at maiwan ang mga utang sa gobyerno at ang pinsalang kanilang idinulot sa ating bansa. Further, under this bill, violations of any provisions of this measure shall constitute unlawful activity under Republic Act Number 9160, otherwise known as Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, as amended. The bill also strictly prohibits any person or entity to recruit any Filipino or foreigner for purposes of offshore gaming operations in the Philippines. This provision firmly anchors itself in Section 4 of Republic Act Number 10364, otherwise known as the Expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2012, and those who violate it will face the full force of the law. This will put a decisive stop to the exploitation that POGOs had bred. This measure likewise mandates the Department of Labor and Employment to work closely with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Department of Trade and Industry, Commission on Higher Education, and other relevant agencies to provide support for the transition of affected Filipino workers. Through reskilling and upskilling programs, our workers will be prepared for quality, lawful jobs that uphold their dignity. Sa halip na mapunta sa mapanganib na industriya, bibigyan natin sila ng pagkakataong umasenso at magkaroon ng mas magandang kinabukasan. Moreover, if a government employee or official is found guilty of violating this act, they will not only face the penalties but will also be dismissed and perpetually disqualified from government service. All retirement benefits will also be forfeited to the government. This is a clear stand against corruption. Hindi natin papayagan ang sinumang nasa gobyerno na magpakana o makipagsabwatan sa pagdadala ng katiwalian sa ating bansa. All buildings or other structures or facilities, materials, gaming equipment, and gaming paraphernalia used in violation of this act will also be forfeited in favor of the government and may be disposed of in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations. This ensures that no trace of illegal POGO's operations will continue to poison our communities. Ultimately, this measure seeks to repeal Republic Act number 11590, otherwise known as an act taxing Philippine offshore gaming operations, which legitimize offshore gaming in our country. By repealing this law, we are fully committing to remove the POGO industry from Philippine soil. With each provision, we are laying down a framework that not only bans offshore gaming operations but also builds safeguards for our people. Sa pamamagitan ng Anti-POGO Act, binibura natin ang kadilimang dulot ng POGO at ibinabalik ang dangal ng ating bayan. At this point, allow me to express my gratitude to the co-authors of this measure, Senator Bongo and Senator Joel Villanueva, for their invaluable contributions in drafting this significant piece of legislation. I also acknowledge the efforts made by our stakeholders from the public and private sectors during 2 public hearings and technical working group meetings of the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. President, let us remember that the victims are not just numbers in crime reports or faceless statistics. They are individuals with names, faces, and families. Each day, each one has a story. Each one deserves justice. It is a travesty to stand by and do nothing. It is incumbent upon this august body to take decisive action to end the cycle of crimes and injustice that POGOs have brought upon our shores. This bill is more than just a piece of legislation. It is the voice of the Filipino people, united in one demand: ban POGOs once and for all. Together, let us uphold this mandate and restore integrity, dignity, and peace to our nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to insert her co-sponsorship speech into the records.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Legarda is hereby inserted into the records. So noted.
Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsorship speech is Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Esteemed colleagues, a blessed afternoon to all of you. It is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2868 under Committee Report number 342, or the Anti-POGO Act of 2024. We'd like to commend the hard-working sponsor of the measure, our distinguished colleague, our brother, seatmate, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for his hard work in pushing for this very important piece of legislation and for considering our bill, Senate Bill number 2752, or the Anti-POGO Act, in crafting this measure that will permanently put an end to the operations of all POGOs in the country. Mr. President, ang araw po na ito ay may tuturing kong katuparan ng aking pangarap. Pangarap ng marami sa atin na itigil o totally ban ang POGO. Mr. President, in 2016, when I first became a member of this august chamber, na-unearth po natin dito sa Senado yung pong isa sa pinakamalaking human trafficking scam na nangyari po doon sa Clark Air Base na mahigit kumulang 1,300, if I'm not mistaken, na illegal workers ang nahuli po doon, Mr. President. But unfortunately, this year, Mr. President, nitong nakaraang June, nangyari na naman doon po sa Clark. 150 foreigners naman ang nahuli. Nahuli din po ng ating opisina yung pong pagpapatong ng 5,000 pesos per application fee ng walang resibo ng mga tao ng Bureau of Immigration doon po sa kanilang satellite office sa SM Ora. Ginoong Pangulo, mula 2016, isinulong na po natin ang pagbabawal ng POGO dito sa ating bansa. Sa ating pong investigasyon, Mr. President, umabot din po doon sa pagkahuli ng 2 Bureau of Immigration Commissioners. Former BI Commissioners Al Argusino at Michael Robles sa kanila pong pagtanggap ng suhol kapalit ng paglaya ng mga nahuling Chinese doon po sa Clark Air Base Joint Operations. Fast forward, Mr. President, 2023, recent events have highlighted the proliferation of illegal activities perpetrated by POGOs. Lahat po tayo, Ginoong Pangulo, nakiisa at sumubaybay sa pagdinig dito sa Senado at nakita po natin kung gaano kalaki, kadumi at kalawak ang kanilang operasyon. Gayun din po, Ginoong Pangulo, kung paano nila nilapastangan pa ang ating mga batas at ang ating bansa. Mr. President, according to the Department of Finance, the economic costs of POGO amounts to total of 265.74 billion pesos, which actually or significantly outweighs the supposed benefits amounting to 166 billion. Ginoong Pangulo, abunado pa ng sambayan ng Pilipino ng halos 100 bilyon. These amounts do not even include, Mr. President, social costs, loss of life, physical and psychological harm to victims, and the increased sense of fear and anxiety in communities associated with POGO activities. Hindi po ito basta-basta masusukat sa bilang o presyo, Ginoong Pangulo. The ban on POGO is about safeguarding our society, safeguarding our economy, and safeguarding our future. There are still over 100 POGOs currently operating, notwithstanding the President's order, Mr. President. Thus, this legislation is very important and necessary because the ban should go beyond the present administration. This act will be instrumental in eradicating all traces of POGOs in our country, including any means for them to return and resume their operations. Mr. President, with the closure of POGOs, some Filipino workers may face sudden unemployment, uncertain futures, and the immense challenge of finding new jobs. And therefore, Mr. President, it is our duty as lawmakers to make sure that no one is left behind and to help affected Filipino workers find secure and quality jobs through a workers' transition program. This is one of the salient features of the bill filed by this representation. And again, we thank the good sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for including this very important provision in this measure. There should be no debate, Mr. President, that the economic, social, legal, and ethical consequences of POGOs far outweigh the benefits. Again, we'd like to put forward our strongest and sincerest convictions about discontinuing POGO operations in our country. We also urge and appeal to our colleagues to support and fast-track the passage of Senate Bill number 2868. Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, dear colleagues, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsorship speech is Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2868 under Committee Report number 342, which seeks to ban and declare illegal option gaming operations in the Philippines. To recall, during the 18th Congress, this August body passed Republic Act number 11590, which seeks to regulate offshore gaming in the country. A legislative measure which we envision to provide employment to Filipinos and as an additional source of revenue to the government during the time when our country was recovering from the looming effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. With the projected revenue by the Department of Finance for 2022 and 2023 of 71.6 billion in revenue, regulating and taxing the POGO industry became a feasible source of revenue. Nonetheless, despite the golden promises made by the POGO industry, tables seemed to turn as we began to hear several heartbreaking stories of human trafficking, kidnapping, prostitution, and even scam hubs to the detriment of foreign nationals and to add injury to insult, even that of our kababayans. Mr. President, the social implication of offshore gaming has truly evolved from being a form of gambling to becoming a source of illegal activities, thereby affecting the peace and order situation in our country. As a former PNP chief who has vowed to serve and protect the people, I cannot simply allow such unacceptable conduct done with impunity in the guise of an alleged legitimate POGO operation. We are not discounting the fact that there are indeed legitimate POGO operators who have contributed to our country's economy through employment and revenue, among others. However, the advantages of their operations do not outweigh the disadvantages brought by the social cost that come along with it. Mr. President, katulad po na nakasaad din sa committee report ng inyong Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, the committee would like to believe that the lives and safety of our fellow Filipinos will always outweigh the revenues that POGOs bring. Ironically, Filipinos are not allowed to bet on POGOs, and yet, criminality does not discriminate among nationalities. At the end of the day, the question remains, is it all worth it? The Philippines may have pushed its luck too far in accommodating POGOs. Our government must now pull all the tricks it has left in its bag to win against the social ills that come with offshore gambling. It is an opportune time to show the world that the Philippine government does not fall to organized crimes. We always go all in against them. With that, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next, the last to co-sponsor the measure is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po. I wish to be made a co-sponsor of this bill. Nararapat lang na isabatas natin ang panukalang patalsikin at ipagbawal ang mga POGO sa ating bansa. Mula pa sa nakaraang administrasyon, malinaw ang aking hayaang pagtutol sa mga POGO at sa kasamaang di maihihiwalay dito. Nangako sila ng trabaho at tulong, pero ang tunay nilang dala, karumal-dumal na panloloko, abuso at panganib, di lang sa mga Pilipino, kundi pati sa pambansang kaayusan at seguridad. Nagkamali ang dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa buong loob at walang alinlangang pagpapapasok ng POGO. Pagkatapos ng halos 4 na taong investigasyon ng Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality sa Pastilla scam, korupsyon, tax evasion, kidnapping, torture, prostitution at human trafficking na lumaganap sa suklob ng mga POGO, malinaw na wala silang lugar sa ating lipunan. Ayon sa Presidente, banned na lahat ng POGO. Pero lumabas na noong una, marami pa ring exception at butas sa executive order na inilabas. Mabuti naman na iwinasto ito ng Office of the Executive Secretary. Pero kailangan ng batas para bigyang ngipin ang utos na ito. I hope this bill is clear enough to put an end to all iterations of POGOs, IGLs, or such entities by any other name. At the proper time, I will introduce amendments to provide stiffer penalties to government officials who aid and abet the continued operations of these POGOs. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa mga may akda ng panukalang ito. Special mention sa aking POGO-busting partner na si Senator Sherwin at umaasa ako sa mabilis na pag-aproba nito. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2868. So move, Mr.
Is there an
President.
objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Likewise, Mr. President, before the next measure, Senator Bongo would like to insert his co-sponsorship speech for this bill.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Bongo is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1248 under Committee Report number 421. This is the resolution concurring in the agreement and cooperation between Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Self-Defense Forces of Japan. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of said resolution under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, and to interpret our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senator Amy Super Ate Marcos and the Minority Leaders are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will do my best to answer the questions from the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, distinguished sponsor, although we are calling this a reciprocal access agreement, is this agreement in the nature of a visiting forces agreement?
Perhaps we cannot compare this to a visiting forces agreement because there's no underpinning of a mutual defense pact between the two countries, unlike the VFA with the U.S. Both VFA 1, 2, and EDCA are entirely based upon the old MDT.
But we have a so-called VFA with Australia. We don't also have a mutual defense treaty with Australia.
Yes, that is correct,
So-
but it merely encompasses, like the Japanese one, no prepositioning, for example, will occur of any equipment on the Japanese side here in the Philippines. The same is true of the Australian. So there's a difference from the U.S. in that they highlight mutual benefit and reciprocity, interoperability, joint exercises, but certainly the prepositioning of equipment, the possibility of establishing military bases and locating personnel permanently is not encompassed by this reciprocal agreement. And whereas they are, of course, found in the U.S. accords.
So, in the U.S. accords, there could be a legal basis for stationing permanently in Philippine territory U.S. military forces?
Yes, I believe so under the MDT, and that has been the much disputed, controversial portion of the MDT, that we should define it, perhaps annex limitations, and so on. And hence, I believe a code of conduct of some sort has been agreed upon between the AFP here in the Philippines together with the U.S. After all, it's a very, very old treaty.
So, what's the technical name for our visiting forces agreement with the U.S.?
Visiting forces, di ba? What's it called? Isn't it called the Visiting Forces
correct.
Agreement 1
That's
and
correct.
2?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the technical name of our agreement of that nature with Australia?
With Australia, it's the SOFA
Status
status of Visiting Forces.
Agreement. Ito
Yes.
rin, okay. And then this is a reciprocal access agreement. Why are we shifting with our terms, Mr. President?
Why did the DFA shift? I think it's the terminology utilized by Japan. It's more common for them to use reciprocal access rather than visiting forces because in their case, there's more a grant of equipment, for example, under the official security assistance, as well as some educational and other training interoperability efforts. So to their mind, reciprocal access is the more commonly used term.
the long and short of it is, what are we accessing, Mr. President?
Yes, the effort is for us to have more defense cooperation, interoperability, joint exercises, joint training, disaster relief, and logistical support. So the sense of the Japanese was that visiting forces is very limited.
Okay.
And that therefore it should be expanded to include disaster relief, logistics, equipment assistance. And they have actually donated already the radar systems and other non-lethal weapons under 2023 and 2024 arrangements. We are the first beneficiary of this official security agreement.
So, in addition to this RAA with Japan, are there also side agreements or related or made possible by the RAA between Philippines and Japan also?
For the meantime, I don't think there are side agreements, nor should we be concerned that there will be executive agreements, because once again, the RAA merely establishes reciprocal access, and there are explicit prohibitions on any military facilities being established by the Japanese here in Philippine territory. Hence, I believe that any such arrangements cannot be made based merely on this.
Okay, but the sponsor has mentioned, Mr. President, that Japan has donated. Donated, ah? Hindi benta.
Yes.
Hindi niya binenta yung radar system, donated.
Bumili tayo ng ilan,
okay.
pero meron rin silang binigay. So,
Dagdag.
as
Was it a baker's dozen, Mr. President?
yes. In 2020, the Philippines ordered 3 fixed and 1 mobile long-range radar for 5.5 billion. And then we also bought from them many of the Coast Guard ships, the infamous, BRP Melchora Aquino, Teresa Magbanwa, were delivered in 2022, nanggaling rin sa kanila, and we've ordered another 5 of these. But in October, Japan donated, and this was given for free, advanced air surveillance radar system. And they are set to give us some more. Second grant, 2024 arrangement, last July, I believe it was signed.
So apparently, these donations are not connected with the RAA because we still don't have an effective RAA.
Yes, that's
as
correct.
As of the moment, right?
As of the moment, we have no RAA.
Correct.
But certainly, if we are able to have a defense cooperation, we will be able to enhance interoperability. Right now, we're only using radar. We're kept to the surveillance equipment. And I think it's in the interest of our AFP to get more advanced equipment and training, which is not possible because right now the legal framework does not allow military joint exercises or training or other in-depth practical military cooperation.
But a donation from Japan to the Philippines of military hardware is possible, even without RAA. Right.
I suppose it is, but right now they've been very explicit in stating that they should be non-lethal equipment. As a result, it's been radar and surveillance systems.
Right. Right. And then, if we are now interested in accessing also Japan's military hardware under the name of interoperability, what do we know of the Japanese military hardware or technology or system? Is the Japanese system interoperable with the United States?
No. I doubt it. Right now, they operate on different systems, and this is the reason why we need training for our men to be able to operate all these different setups. Although, of course, we know that the United States and Japan have their own efforts at interoperability and joint military exercises right now. I think that's the Quad right now, the Quad that has been discussed together with Japan has an MDT with the US, so they have that effort, and I believe they've been ratcheting up activities in the South China Sea as well.
So, but it's not automatic that if a military system is interoperable with the Japanese military system, it is automatically interoperable with the U.S. military system. We cannot say
So
that.
far, I don't believe so.
Okay. Because I have heard this term interoperability being mentioned here, and of course, our greatest supplier of military hardware
It's the US.
is the United States. Our specifications or standards, even as to boots, ma'am. That's why
That's correct.
I know this
Boots,
because of the
helmets.
Marikina shoe industry. I've been studying it, but even the boots specifications, the United States standards.
That's correct.
That's why we cannot. We are closing the door to our domestic industry, shoe industry, because of that. So,
Yes, that's right
so,
po.
so
And,
parati natin naririnig yun. So our military wants to be interoperable militarily with the United States, and then here we go, another agreement. We want to be interoperable with Japan. So are we requiring our military people to be geniuses, Mr. President? Interoperable sila sa lahat ng gusto nating interoperable?
Ang sa palagi ko, dalawang issue po eh. Yung problema natin, pati sa mga, sa ating baril, ano, miski sa baril, we've put the standard such that it has to have been used by 2 other standing armed forces. Kaya, kahit marunong tayo gumawa ng baril at kayang-kaya mag-produce ng bala, ang nangyayari, napipilitan tayo na bumili sa Korea. When in fact, we were using Filipino guns before. Ngayon, nag-i-import tayo. Ganon din yung sapatos. Dati naman, nagagamit naman natin yung Filipino Marikina-made shoes. Biglang nagbigay ng standard. So, isang bagay yung standards natin. Huwag naman natin gayahin o pilitin sa ating mga batas na kinakailangan halos imported na.
Correct.
At nasasara ng hindi oras yung arsenal, pati yung mga nag-e-export sa ibang bansa ng baril, dito sa Pilipinas, hindi natin binibilhan. So it's a very strange arrangement. On the other hand, the interoperability refers to the weaponry or surveillance systems that we buy or we receive from our partners and those we have treaty arrangements with.
So is South Korea's military hardware and equipment interoperable with the United States?
I doubt it. I think everyone has similar systems or similar weaponry. What we're buying from South Korea is very basic. So they're machine guns. So you would have thought that we can produce them, given that several companies here in the Philippines are actually exporting them. But our law, I think it's in the modernization law, states very clearly that it should have been used by 2 standing armies previously. So hindi nagagamit yung Pilipino, ganun din yung botas. Nagbibigay tayo ng standards na hindi naman natin kailangan at hindi naman natin kaya abutin.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Now, this is my opinion, Mr. President, only my opinion, that this RAA is more or less in the category of visiting forces agreement, Mr. President. So, I would compare it with the US VFA and the
Yes.
Australia VFA. Now, what lessons have we learned from the Philippine-US VFA and Philippine-Australia VFA, which we used to good effect in improving so that we'll have an improved RAA with Japan, Mr. President?
Yes. I believe that the minority leader is right, that in fact, These are all very simple, very similar visiting forces agreements with the US, with Australia. Japan is similar, but the Japanese, being more precise, wanted it to be expanded for reciprocal access rather than VFA, which to their mind was limited. What lessons have we learned? I think we've learned very explicitly already the issues of jurisdiction.
Okay.
Maliwanag na maliwanag dito that the jurisdiction lies primarily with the Filipinos or the receiving party. So that's very clear cut with us. It's unlike with the U.S., where in several incidents it's become an issue. Most notoriously, the Jennifer Laude case, when custody was not surrendered to the Philippines despite repeated efforts. So in this case, we have made it very, very clear, and the Japanese conceded that in fact, the Filipinos would have custody over the accused, except in two circumstances when it's the offense is solely against the security or property of Japan or the sending state, or if it arises out of an omission done in the performance of official duties, or if it's two Japanese service persons or their property, or it's only punishable under the laws of Japan, of the sending state. It's not a crime or an offense here. So I think there are only 4 circumstances where we do not have jurisdiction. At least natuto na po tayo dyan. Isa pang issue kasi na talagang ninegotiate ng maigi dahil may death penalty pa po ang Japan. Samantalang ang Pilipinas, matagal na tayong walang death penalty. Pag nahabla ang isang Pilipino at death penalty sa Japan ang parusa, meron tayong ligtas, meron tayong exception din para doon.
So what would be the governing rule if that should happen?
The governing rule is that that basically the receiving state, the Philippines, shall have custody over the accused, except nga when it's
No,
sorry.
about the
About the death
let's
penalty.
say Filipino visiting military personnel committing a crime in Japan punishable by the death penalty, what will happen? They have agreed that they will not impose the death penalty.
They have agreed, they have conceded that the death penalty will not be imposed because it would be a violation of the provision in the annex that indicates very clearly that if it is a violation of an international agreement, such as the abolition of the death penalty, it cannot be imposed.
Klaro po yun. Basta
So
klaro po
klaro
yan.
na
Klaro
walang
po yun.
death penalty, reclusion perpetua pa rin, tulad ng Pilipinas.
A Filipino citizen will be benefited by his state's policy that there is no death penalty.
There's no death penalty in this country.
In his state. So, I think that is a sign of respect of both parties respecting each other's policies on criminal punishment, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct. And this obligation is recognized explicitly in the annex. So paragraph 5 is very, very clear, and it should be read together with paragraph 2 of the annex, so that the prohibition on the imposition of the death penalty under the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which the Philippines is a party, will be upheld.
Our sponsor, Mr. President, mentioned the basic objectives of the RAA. Interoperability, ano pa ba yun? Defense cooperation, joint military exercises, disaster relief assistance, etc. But aren't those similar to or the same objectives of the Philippines-Australia BFA?
Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But I think there are additional features that the Japanese have added. One of them, very clearly, for example, is the explicit exclusion or prohibition of any basing. Pinagbawal yan explicitly, so maliwanag na maliwanag yan. At isa pa, we have a very, very clear provision in this in this agreement that includes environmental, cultural, indigenous preservation. So that's another addition. And thirdly, there's also an explanation of consular relations and the visa-free entry and exit of all the servicemen involved, whether the Self-Defense Force of Japan or the AFP of the Philippines. Saan yung environmental?
Ano yung pangatlo?
Meron silang maliwanag na environmental and cultural and indigenous na mga concerns. It's in Article 20. Wala yan sa US, wala rin yan sa Australia. So it's
Yung
very
visa-free?
clear.
Visa-free? What did their honor mention?
I mentioned that-
wala in both US and Australia?
Yes. Ito yung Article 10 dito sa RAA indicates that the visiting force and their civilian component shall respect all the laws and regulations of the receiving state on the protection of environmental, cultural, and indigenous peoples' heritage and human health and safety. This was not recognized before, if you will recall, the damage wrought to corals, for example, in beachheads where exercises were conducted have been an issue before.
But didn't we improve on that in the US, in the Australia Philippines BFA?
I believe the Australian one did not contain such a
contain.
provision.
But,
So we have some improvements with that in the Japanese. In addition, the explicit consular arrangements are also stated for the visa-free entry and exit. And then there's an explicit prohibition on any military base or other permanent presence.
The permanent presence or military base establishment is also present in Australia, that they will not do it, ba? That they're not interested.
Meron ba? Sa Australia? Basing? Non-basing?
Hindi rin tayo nag-improve doon.
Is there a prohibition there? I am not
Not
absolutely
sure.
certain,
Okay,
but
sige.
I believe there is no explicit provision. This one is very well laid out.
How about in the Philippines-Australia BFA? How about the equal treatment as to visiting forces? Visa-free na siya doon.
Wala pang
Wala pa din.
consular arrangements doon eh. Although there's the understanding that they will enter visa-free. Pero
No,
it's
I'm
not,
concerned about our forces visiting the other state party, Mr. President. Kasi yun ang reklamo natin sa United States eh. Hindi patas yung trato. Pag sila pumunta dito, visa-free. Pag ang ating military personnel pupunta ron, katakot-takot na visa at documentary requirements, Mr.
but
President.
in
So,
Australia meron?
kita na lang natin sa pagtrato ng personnel, hindi na pantay. So,
Okay.
I hope that
I
the
think-
Australia BFA was able to correct that.
Yes, the Australia VFA indicates, I think I misstated it by saying visa-free. It's not quite visa-free, it's just that consular arrangements will expedite the effort.
Even with RAA, the
With the
Japanese
RAA, it's very explicit that in fact it will really be expedited, yung visa coming to the Philippines and going to Japan. Doon sa Australian, like the minority leader said, hindi ganong maliwanag at alam natin mahirap kumuha ng Australian visa ang mga Pilipino. Pero sabi naman nila, doon sa kanilang VFA, na talagang sisikapin nilang padaliin.
Well, visiting force, actually sa mata dapat ng Australia, visiting force din yung Pilipinong
Yes,
papunta ron.
exactly.
So, I mean, they should...
Pero
but,
ngayon, linagay na natin na maliwanag
yes,
na maliwanag.
Anyway, ang topic natin ngayon is with the Philippine-Japan RAA na eh. So,
We're improving
I'm
naman
just,
kahit
yes,
paano.
I'm just looking at what lessons we have learned to make it more equal among the state parties which are both sovereign nations, Mr. President. So.
Yes, that's correct po. So I think there are small improvements, and I believe the environmental provisions could be an important improvement, given that nobody will be exempt from torts or civil damages.
Right.
With the permission of
Yes, sir.
the minority leader, may I be clarified from the good sponsor if yung regarding sa visa,
Yes.
is it klaro na ba na there is parity between Philippines and Japan visiting forces pagdating sa visa? Pag ang mga Hapon pupunta dito, ano ba? Are we requiring them visa or kung tayo pupunta doon, yung ating mga sundalo,
Yes.
Walang
Yes,
requirement?
that's right. Ang understanding is that whereas the Japanese don't require a visa to come to the Philippines, ang pagkaintindi, expedited lahat ng sundalo na Filipino na pupunta sa Japan at may consular access na ibibigay.
okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Dati kasi walang ganun eh. At tama si Senator Bato na talagang nalalamangan tayo. Labas-pasok sila rito pero hindi naman tayo nakakapunta sa kanila.
That's correct. Yeah. Thank you,
Yes,
Minority
under-
Leader. Thank
yes,
you.
under the visiting forces framework. Basta,
Yes.
okay. Basta yung pagbisita, ganun po. Dapat, ang habol lang natin dito is pantay na pagtrato. Or as used by our presiding officer, parity.
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 Or reciprocity. Yan
Reciprocity
yung mga
and parity.
terms international relations.
Tama yung
Mr. President.
mutuality,
Mutuality.
reciprocity, parity. In this case, I believe medyo lamang pa nga tayo eh. Kasi na-concede nga yung death penalty, tapos makikinabang tayo dun sa official security assistance. So malaking bagay po yun.
I'm sure when the official security assistance paragraph or provisions were written, ano rin siya? Blind din siya as to which party. I mean, in the future, the Philippines may or can extend official assistance to Japan.
Yes, in
So
theory.
pantay
And
din, pantay,
if Marikina finally produces boots that are up to standards, we should not be prevented from exporting them to Japan as well.
Actually, Marikina, Mr. President, can do it.
Yes.
Except sa specs. Sa specs na ginawa ng defense natin, they require an imported material, Mr. President. That's the problem.
Ang bihira naman. Ganun din yung sa machine guns.
That's the problem, Mr. President.
Yung batas natin mismo, tayo mismo ang pumipigil sa sarili natin by stating in the modernization law that it should have been used by 2 previous standing armies. So yung ating mga local companies, yung mga Arms Corps, yung mga Universal, lahat na gumagawa at nag-e-export sa ibang bansa, hindi pwedeng bilhan ng Philippine Army. Saan ka naman nakakita ng ganun?
Wala tayong kadil na ibang bansa doon when we made our specs, Mr.
Tama.
President. Tayo gumawa ng specs natin. So there is something wrong that we should be revisiting, Mr. President. Pilipino at Pilipinong nag-uusap, gumawa ng specs, lumabas na parang anti-Pilipino.
Tama.
Discouraging.
Ang epekto.
So ito, at least pinapalabas na natin itong RAA pagka Japan ang kausap, it's maybe Japan is a real friend to the Republic of the Philippines. Kaya in good faith talaga ang pagtrato, gusto nila pagtrato sa atin, kapantay din po nila. So
Tama po.
parang hindi tayo nahirapan siguro sa negotiations ito when we are asking for parity or equal treatment. Hindi tayo pinahirapan na ng bansang Hapon, Mr. President.
Tama po. Talagang naintindihan nila. Siyempre, yung interest nila ay magkaroon ng air surveillance system sa buong area. No? So, yung air domain awareness, kasi magkakalapit tayong lahat, yun ang interest nila sa Pilipinas para meron rin silang makukuhang informasyon. Approximately 3,000 nautical miles from the Japanese archipelago to the Philippines, meron silang informasyon sa iba't ibang surveillance at radar. Palagay ko, yun ang interest nila.
Senator Jinggoy is raising his hand.
With the permission of the minority leader,
Yes,
just one
please.
question, Madam Sponsor. How is this different with the VFA of with the United States and the SOFA with Australia?
Yes, they're similar, but this has a broader scope. Firstly, with the U.S., there's a real distinction because there's no underpinning treaty like the Mutual Defense Treaty. Doon talaga napakaliwanag sa US na pwede silang maglagay ng base militar, magpwesto ng equipment, maglagay ng mga tauhan dito. Walang ganun dito. Labas-pasok lang sila. Yung sa Australian is more similar. Except as we mentioned earlier with the minority leader, there are some improvements. Medyo natututo na rin tayo sa mga pagkakamali dati.
Kanina po sinabi nyo, medyo lamang tayo rito sa RAA with Japan. Paano tayo nakakalamang dito sa treaty sa bill na ito?
Well, unang-una, nagbago na kasi yung Japan. Dati talaga bawal sa kanila magkaroon ng military build-up. Nagbago yun, binago nila yung interpretasyon ng kanilang konstitusyon at ngayon, nag-set up na sila ng pondo. Meron na silang official security assistance. Namimigay na sila ng gamit. So meron tayong mga radars, 4 na radar na ang dumating, parating pa yung 2024 na surveillance systems. So llamado tayo in the sense na mas marami silang ibibigay sa atin kaysa sa mabigay natin so far. Ikalawa, pinagbigyan rin tayo at kinilala na ang Pilipinas wala talagang death penalty. So hindi naman pinagpilitan na kapag Pilipino ang lumabag sa batas na punishable by death sa Japan, hindi naman sasakupin at paparusahan ng death.
How will Japan benefit from this bill? Kung mas lamang tayo, ano yung benepisyo naman?
Well, as I said, ang interest talaga ng Japan ay syempre magkaroon sila ng isang sistema ng surveillance dito sa tinatawag na air domain awareness in the South China Sea. Alam naman natin, historically, ang Japan at ang China hindi magkaibigan at nagmamanmanan. Alam na natin yon. So, gustong-gusto nila na magkaroon ng domain awareness, hindi lang sa Japan, kundi sa mga paligid.
So, kung ma-aprobahan po natin itong RAA, ibig sabihin makakatulong itong Japan dito sa ating problema sa West Philippine Sea? At paano po sila makakatulong?
Yes, malaking tulong to. Kasi yung mga radar muna, unang-una yung mga radar, no, libre yon. Tapos bumili rin tayo ng radar. Tapos, eto nga, tutulungan tayo siguro sa mga barko kasi nakabili na tayo ng ilang barko sa kanila yung ginagamit ng Coast Guard. And higit sa lahat, yung joint military exercises. Ngayon, hindi tayo nakakapag-patrol kasama ng Hapon. Ang ginagawa lang nila, yung maritime awareness na sinasabi. Por yung military exercise, bawal pa sa ngayon. Hanggang magkaroon tayo ng RAA, talagang walang basehan sa batas.
May I know, Madam Sponsor, who initiated this? Is it Japan or Philippines? Itong RAA. Did we initiate this?
I believe the Philippines initiated this. This is what I understand from the DFA. The Philippines initiated this because we had in 2020 several purchases na from the Japanese. They already sold us surveillance radars, and they also sold us 2 boats that have become very, very important in Philippine security in 2022. Tayo nag-umpisa nito, tapos this year, July, ayan na, nag-umpisa na magkaroon tayo ng RAA.
So it's very clear that we, the Philippines, initiated this
Oo naman.
bill. Kasi my next question, kung ang Japan ang nag-initiate nitong kasalukuyan, itong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, why did they choose the Philippines among all other countries in Southeast Asia or Asia?
Well, sa palagay ko, hindi ganong mahalaga kung sino nag-initiate. Ang importante, may reciprocity, may benepisyo sa dalawa. Palagay ko ang benefit sa kanila kasi gusto nila palawakin ang kanilang network, yung air domain awareness. Kasi ayaw nila na nagkakagulatan dyan sa South China Sea, kailangan nila na magkaroon ng impormasyon at surveillance hanggang dito sa Pilipinas, which is 3,000 nautical miles from the Japanese archipelago. So, at least, kahit papano, malalaman nila kung anong nangyayari at magawan ng paraan na iwasan ang gulo.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yung dalawa pong barko, Madam Sponsor, na nabanggit, these are Coast Guard ships now. Coast Guard, no?
Yes, that's
So,
right. They're
okay,
patrol
so-
ships.
So in the donation of Coast Guard equipment and lit ships and other hardware, we do not need a DRA. Tama? Kasi Coast Guard eh.
Yes, that's
Tama?
correct.
Okay.
Binili yan ng
So-
Coast Guard. Yung dalawang
Hindi, yung
ships
donation.
binili. Yung
Ah.
donation, mga radar.
Radar
Oo.
lang. Opo, dahil two ships binili pala natin. Okay. Sige po.
At
Thank
saka
you.
bibili pa tayo ng 5 na Coast Guard
Coast Guard.
vessels from Japan ulit.
So,
But
we-
perhaps it should be recognized that while we bought them, they're also being financed primarily through the ODA of Japan as a loan.
sige po. But once we have this RAA, will this now pave the way for donations from Japan to our armed forces naman? So kung merong mga boats pala silang kung may boats na
Yes.
nabibili, then therefore maybe theoretically they can also donate
Yes.
donate or give to us some Navy ships, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that's right. They can give us ships, they can give us airplanes, they can give us all kinds of drones for surveillance in addition to the radars. Ang sinasabi lang sa official security assistance, non-lethal equipment. So more boats are certainly in order.
Surface vessels po ang kailangan natin. Kaya nga, so because of this RAA, mapapacilitate ba yung ganitong klaseng donation na pinag-uusapan natin?
Yes, I believe
Or-
so, because once joint exercises are conducted, they always leave equipment in the interest of interoperability. Alam nga naman, dadali nila sa Pilipinas, tuturuan ng Pilipino, tapos hindi ibibigay. Wala naman silbi siguro yun. At magpapadala pa ng estudyante sa Japan, ng mga Pilipinong sundalo, tuturuan, tapos walang ibibigay. Eh di syempre, gusto rin nila magbenta o sana magbigay ng libre.
Mr. President. may I be
Yes,
recognized?
with the permission of the Minority Leader.
Yes, with the indulgence of the sponsor, just to answer the query of the Minority Leader, from what I know, Japan has already donated 2 Beechcraft reconnaissance aircrafts, no, for the use in the West Philippine Sea. Ito po yung pang surveillance, the West Philippine Sea, to complete with radars. Likewise, they have already donated doon sa Wallace Air Station, radar facilities, care of Japan po yon. And likewise, during our last parliamentary visit to Japan, we had an audience with the
That's right.
Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, and they really stressed the importance of regional security during that time. And I remember before, I used to go with the then President Duterte. We always discuss about overseas development assistance and others, but this time, when we
military
were there
for
in
the first
Japan, we had an audience with the Speaker of the House, also the President of their upper chamber, and then the Prime Minister. Lahat po sila talagang in-emphasize yung pong importance of regional security
Yes,
this time.
magkakasama tayo noon, November
Yes.
2023.
That is correct. That's all, Mr.
At
President.
yun nga, yung dalawang Beechcraft na airplanes, bahagi yun ng reconnaissance package, yung Air Domain Awareness, ADA na
Donated.
tinatawag. Yun, donated na yun.
Donated, okay.
So sana madagdagan, yun ang inaasahan
Hindi,
natin.
opo. At I hope that sa mata rin ng, from the point of view of Japan, meron din sila namang nakukuha rin from the Republic of the Philippines. So let us say hindi tangible material or matter, I hope in the intangibles that they can also feel that they are benefiting from this RAA, Mr. President.
Definitely po, kasi nung pumunta nga, yung binanggit ni Senator Ejercito, nung pumunta sa Japan, talagang pinapaliwanag nila that they were very keen to form an air domain awareness network extending from Japan all the way to the Philippines, so that the two countries' systems would eventually be linked and that we would be able to share information and other plans in the future. So the capability building is mutual. and reciprocal.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So we have heard the term air domain awareness repeatedly stated, Mr. President. Is that from the reading of the RAA? Is that parang an emphasized objective of the RAA, or ano lang po yan? One example lang po from our sponsor.
Yes, our understanding there are two domain awareness that they are keenest on. One is the maritime awareness, and we've already conducted several efforts with the Japanese with regard to maritime awareness. And I believe the recent donation of Beechcraft will help, together with the radar, with the second type of domain awareness, yung air domain awareness. Talagang maliwanag naman ng mga Hapon na yan talaga ang pakay nila, makabuo ng sistema ng impormasyon.
Sa pagkakaalam ko, ang Japan meron din atang maritime dispute with some other large neighbor, Mr. President. So, I'm sure meron din silang theoretical studies dyan, and then meron din sila yung practical knowledge from their experience with the dispute. So, will we be able to also pursue, ano bang tawag doon? Mutual learning from each other, Mr. President, because of this RAA? On an actual maritime dispute against the same party, Mr. President?
Yes, we are in fact co-claimants in the South China Sea. I believe alongside Okinawa, there are the Senkaku Island chain, which is claimed by Japan and China as well. So magkapareho tayo, may mga claim talaga tayo dyan. At maganda siguro.
So the RAA will also facilitate the sharing of experiences, lessons learned, strategies with Japan and the Philippines, Mr. President?
Yes, I believe so. Although, of course, diplomatically, there is no explicit mention of a joint suit or effort or claim, but certainly the emphasis on domain awareness makes that very clear to both countries.
Mr. President?
With the permission of the minority leader, majority
Just to
leader,
give
sir.
the good minority leader some breathing space, Mr. President, because I heard the word maritime, and it opened my eyes to the questions, the loaded questions propounded by the good minority leader. Mr. President, may I ask from the good sponsor, considering that there are ongoing, planned, and I think the other day there was a multilateral maritime exercise involving Japan, the Philippines, and the United States. Would the RAA provide us an upgrade of what we are currently doing right now? Or would it just sustain the current exercises thus far, Mr. President?
Oh, certainly there will be an uptick in the exercises involved. If it was merely information and domain awareness in the past, I believe that joint military exercises can now be conducted with Japan, given a new legal framework under this RAA, so that patrols, for example, which have been the most controversial, could probably be conducted, particularly since Japan is a co-claimant in the South China Sea.
Yes, Mr. President. So will this just be limited to the current discussion of multilateral maritime exercises, or would this likewise involve aerial or even land-based exercises, Mr. President?
Yes, that's right. The reciprocal access indicated in this agreement covers maritime, air, domain awareness, as well as land awareness. Clearly, we share many many disasters, for example, with Japan and their help in this regard, particularly with earthquakes and volcanic eruption and other seismic activity, should be something shared.
What about the possibility of if this can be done, or if this has been done, or if this can be done, joint cyber security multilateral or bilateral exercise with Japan? Is this covered by the RAA? Because cybersecurity now is not just a sci-fi
Yes.
notion, but it is happening, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that is correct. I believe that cybersecurity should be well covered by this agreement, and we're already seeing examples of this. This is not movie stuff, nor is this anything in the future. It's very, very clear that electromagnetic waves and such like are being utilized to imperil and incapacitate aircraft. We've had several surprise landings in Lawag Airport, for example. So it's our personal knowledge, in fact, that mysterious landings have occurred for no good cause and entirely unscheduled.
A while ago, Mr. President, I saw the head of the Philippine Space Agency here, but it's no longer around. Will this likewise include space agency exchanges or the launching of any ambitious Philippine space program that can be part of the objects orbiting our galaxy or our universe? Can this be part, or is this part, or will this result in an upgrade likewise, Mr. President?
One of the four principles underpinning the agreement is one that involves external defense. To the degree that such activities involve external defense, I believe so. But for strictly space exploration and such like, I think that another agreement would have to be embarked upon.
Because from what I understood, the current Philippine Space Agency activities would always involve a Japanese spacecraft, and we are just piggybacking on a Japanese spacecraft. So, nandun na po yun. So, hindi po ito kasama, Mr. President.
Palagay ko hindi pa kasama kasi exploration and development yon. Pero kung kasama yan sa military operation or domain awareness, palagay ko pwede nang sabihin na sakop din yon. Pero sa ngayon, siguro yung nangyayari na sinasabi nga ni Senator Tolentino, ni Majority Leader, na piggybacking lang tayo sa kanilang space effort, walang military component yon. So kinakailangan siguro may bago tayong agreement tungkol sa space ventures.
Last 2 points, Mr. President. What about because the line is not that clear. Sometimes these are changeable. What about military research on maritime resources, Mr. President?
I believe that maritime domain awareness is well covered by this agreement, and certainly there is an intent for an exchange of the self-defense forces of Japan and the AFP to research and develop all these domain awareness areas.
I'm referring to, Mr. President, to military scientific research, not just within the West Philippine Sea, but areas comprising our talampas ng Pilipinas, previously known as the Philippine rice, previously known as the Benham rice. Pwede rin po ba kaya yon?
Sa palagay ko, pwede naman siguro yun, pero ito nga, maliwanag na may kinalaman sa maritime security. If it impinges on maritime security, I don't see any prohibition or difficulty in embarking on R&D projects jointly.
so we can conduct a bilateral exercise that would result in scientific military research within the vast area of the talampas ng Pilipinas.
Yes,
Final-
there's no mention here of the South China Sea or any other limitation on territory or area. This is a reciprocal access agreement that's all-encompassing and will probably cover all these territories mentioned.
I'm fully supportive of this, Mr. President. But in hindsight, my only, it's not regret, my failure likewise was to insist the inclusion of exchanges that would upgrade our fishing technology. Because we've known Japan as a technologically advanced country when it comes to fishing, and it could have helped. It would have helped thousands of Filipino fishermen if we will be assisted by Japanese fishing technology. Would this agreement enable us to open perhaps a door, a window of opportunity that could impinge or open existing bilateral agreements with Japan to perhaps link it up with RAA and promote exchanges insofar as, because maritime definitely would include fishing, exchanges that would result in advancement of our fishing industry, Mr. President.
But have we done anything? Is there a project or anything? Yes, in fact, the Majority Leader is right in citing the importance of fisheries and agriculture in the effort to secure our maritime domain. In fact, last year we just finished an MOU on fisheries and agriculture precisely with Japan for the same effort. So, bago pa lang yun, wala pang project sa kasalukuyan, pero sana itulak natin kasi matindi rin ang epekto nun at malaking tulong sa mga mangingisda.
Correct, Mr. President. And with the permission of the good minority leader, just one point. Would this enable us to have our naval cadets,
Yes.
Philippine Military Academy cadets, PMMA, Philippine Merchants Marine Academy cadets based in Zambales, to benefit from existing exchange programs with the Self-Defense Forces of Japan involving academic, training in Japan, etc., etc.
Yes, I think that's actually the intention. And capacity building is one of the key pillars of this agreement. Kaya lang, mapapansin natin, limitado to sa military personnel. Kung nag-graduate sa PMA, sigurado tayong sakop yun. Pero siguro, PCG, Merchant Marine, and the rest, other arrangements will have to be made. Baka pwedeng pag-usapan. Pero sa ngayon, ang klaro, yung military talaga.
What about the Philippine National Police Maritime Command?
I believe the police are civilian at the moment, but I am certain that the Japanese will be willing to discuss it, knowing full well that PNP Maritime play a key role in the protection also of our coastal waters.
I have no further questions. I thank the good minority leader for giving me
Thank
some
you, Mr.
time.
President.
And
Yes.
arigato gozaimasu. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, if I may continue.
Yes, please.
As far as our sponsor knows, as well as her resource persons, does the Philippines have any dispute, territorial, maritime, or of any other kind with Japan, Mr. President?
No, I don't think we have a dispute as such, but we certainly have overlapping maritime claims, together with the other claimants. such
Also with Japan?
Also with Japan. Apparently,
Where
there are
is
some
this, Mr.
overlapping
President?
claims. in the northeastern section. Apparently, there's certain waters that are claimed by both Japan and ourselves, in the same manner that Vietnam, Indonesia,
in
and
the-
so on have overlapping claims with the Philippines as well.
That's in the West Philippine Sea.
That's
In
correct.
the
That's correct
Spratlys,
po.
maybe. The Spratlys.
Yes.
Pero yung sa with Japan
Apparently,
would
there
be
are.
in the area of Taiwan.
Yes,
Tama
in
ba?
the eastern side.
Yes, so is Taiwan and or China also involved in that dispute?
Yes, yes, because this is going towards the Senkaku and Okinawa Islands.
So how have we treated this, ilagay ko na lang sa quotation marks, dispute, kasi it's not being reported on, how has the Philippines treated this dispute with Japan over the years?
Well, the overlapping claims are recorded and they are contained in our books, but they've been in the back burner for all these decades. At halos hindi naman nagiging issue kasi wala naman lupa o isla involved. Ito yung mga linya na nasa mapa sa karagatan.
What is the position of the Philippines that the maritime feature is what? And then what is the position of Japan? What is the waters? What is the feature of the
Wala
waters?
kasing features identified. It's just...
What is the zone? What is the maritime zone? Kung walang features pala, I think...
Yes, I believe they are overlapping claims because
What is the Philippine
they
claim?
encroach upon our EEZ.
Our claim is it's Philippine EEZ.
Yes,
What is
it's our
what is the
EEZ.
Japan position? Is
The
it
Japanese
EEZ also?
their Japanese complaint is that it's part of the EEZ of the islands that they're
Yes,
claiming.
still also
So sakop din ng
EEZ.
EEZ.
Okay.
Pareho tayong EEZ.
Okay, hindi po ba sa UNCLOS meron namang mekanismo to delineate the overlapping or conflicting EEZ? How come between friends hindi natin naayos with Japan?
Tama po
Kasi
kayo.
naayos
Sa
natin
yung clause, may boundary delimitation eh.
Right.
Dapat. Yung EEC na
Right.
malapit
There's a
sa
mechanism.
EEC
Actually,
na.
there's a
Oh,
mechanism.
there's a mechanism.
Pwede mag-usap.
But for some reason, it's never been exercised because the issue never arose. Wala namang problema kasi hinahayaan rin ng Japanese na tumuloy.
So, we could say that there is no dispute, Mr. President, in that sense.
I have been told that there are in fact confidential talks that we're not allowed to divulge with regard to other claimants as well.
Kasi ang pagkakaalam ko, ang Philippines at Indonesia, naayos natin eh.
Oo, tapos na yun.
In accordance with UNCLOS mechanism
That's correct.
on how to resolve overlapping EEZ claims.
That's correct.
Or when the EEZ, when normally computed, will now
Encroach on the
will
EEZ of
encroach
someone
or
else. That's
intrude
right.
into another EEZ when normally computed.
I
So
think
ganun
there's
po
an effort on the part of the DFA, given the success with Indonesia, and there are confidential backdoor talks already being initiated.
So if we can, no, ang point ko, Mr. President,
Ayusin na
if the
natin lahat
Philippines
yan.
and Japan can enter into an RAA,
Yes,
we are friends.
that's right.
We cannot resolve the overlapping EEZ, which we are not even arguing about.
That's right.
Oh, how come? Bakit di natin like Indonesia, ginawa natin sa Indonesia.
Tama. Pinag-uusapan na, confidentially,
Opo, sige po.
at yung RAA, malaking tulong yan kasi nga kaibigan na tayo, kaalyado na tayo, ano ba noon, magkasundo na sa napakaliit na bagay na hindi naman na nagiging sagabal
Opo.
sa anumang trade or industry or any other effort.
Wala po atang mga bansang papasok ng BFA o na agreement na hindi magkaibigan na, Mr.
Tama.
President. Kasi military na yung pinapayagan mong pumunta sa teritoryo mo.
That's right.
that means
Papapasukin mo na sa Pilipinas.
There must be a level of trust dun sa kausap mo, Mr. President.
That's correct.
I hope that but I did not know this, Mr. President, actually, so I'm glad for the forthrightness of the resource persons of our sponsor that we have such a, kaya kung lalagyan natin sa quotation marks, a dispute with Japan kasi we do not seem to bother ourselves with the overlapping EEZs. No? So,
That's right.
So, ayusin na lang po natin
Tama,
going back to
tama.
UNCLOS.
I think everybody's on the same page.
Did the committee receive any opposition to the RAA?
There opposition? Has there been any opposition? I didn't receive. Myself as a chairperson, I have not received any opposition to this RAA. I am not certain if the DFA or the DND or even Congress received such. But here in the Senate, wala naman tayong
How
natatanggap.
about if we can ask our resource persons if their departments have received any opposition? Wala po.
Actually, ang bilis-bilis nga magkaroon ng concurrence. This was signed in July. Ang bilis ng concurrence eh. Usually, ang tagal eh. Ang bilis ng concurrences at wala naman objection so far.
Meron pong, anyway, patapos na po ako, Madam Sponsor, so mga 2 points na lang siguro. Sa Article 14, meron pong provision that the visiting force may transport, store, and handle weapons,
Yes.
ammunition, explosives, and dangerous goods for the conduct of cooperative activities in the receiving state.
Yes.
Di ba kapapasalan po natin ng chemical weapons bill at saka meron pa tayo yung law on the trade or handling of strategic materials, Mr. President. So, ano po bang importance itong Article 14 or importance or danger,
Danger.
that the laws on dangerous items or hazardous materials may be violated, Mr. President?
Yes, the prevailing policy in the entire RA is that all activities will be conducted in accordance with Philippine law. So, kung meron na tayong batas sa nuclear, biological, chemical, and other weapons, talagang hindi po pwede yun. And secondly, in Article 12, the preceding article, it's also very explicit that the possession or carrying of weapons by the members of the visiting force will be permitted only as far as they are necessary for cooperative activities. So, bawal sa kanila magdala ng baril pag hindi naman sila naka-duty.
Even sa baril, no?
Yes.
Even sa baril. Apo. Thank you. And then when this is now binding on us, on the Philippines, because let's say the Senate concurs in the ratification, will the supervision or monitoring of this agreement, will that be under the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces?
Yes, that's correct. It will be
So-
under the Presidential Commission, and specific to the RAA, a joint committee will be set up between Japan and the Philippines to iron out all the other areas that need to be detailed.
Okay, pero yun yung that's the mechanism under the treaty. So,
That's correct.
Yes. Pero under the governmental setup of the Republic of the Philippines,
It's the Presidential Commission.
Meaning to say, mayroon na siyang 3 agreements na
Yes, that's correct.
na sinusupervise niya, minomonitor niya. Okay. How has been the performance of the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces? Kasi meron po ako nabasa that at one point, it even justified the throwing of hazardous material
Materials
in
into the-
Subic Bay,
into Subic.
Correct. Claiming that the offender is exempted because it's covered by the U.S. Philippines VFA, Mr. President.
Yusek Habulan. Yes.
Has this thinking been corrected in the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces?
What's the latest? What? Sorry? I can't hear you. I believe a certain Yusek Habulan was actually accused of throwing and allowing the throwing of the objects that were non-biodegradable and arguably poisonous into Subic Bay. Huh? Oh, so sorry. Yusek Habulan is in fact the replacement following that incident. So we have in fact learned from that incident, and we'll make certain that this is no longer repeated. In any case, the Japanese agreement is an improvement because it's very explicit that all environmental damage will be answered for by the sending state, and that they will have to be compliant with all the rules and regulations here in the Philippines.
Sige po. So, sana we have really learned our
So ang
lesson.
problema kasi, kung minsan ang Pilipino nagbabiolate eh. Yun na nga yun eh. Wag naman sana maulit.
With the permission of the minority leader,
Yes,
just
sir,
one
yes, sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
Madam Sponsor, has this been ratified by their legislature, by the Japanese Diet?
Ang pagkaalam ko, wala pa po. At nababalitaan rin naman natin, papalit-palit rin kasi yung liderato nila.
So this hasn't been ratified by our Japanese counterparts?
Yes, I think they haven't been able to pay attention to this just yet. However, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan have been pushing hard for this. Given that donations and other joint exercises have already been undertaken for maritime awareness.
All right, thank you, Madam Sponsor.
And then what are the significant provisions or agreements as far as disaster relief cooperative activities are concerned, Mr. President?
Yes, I believe we already have an existing arrangement with Japan for assistance in terms of disaster preparedness and relief. But for a more sustained presence and more thorough capability building and training, they do need the RAA as well, so that they can, for example, send more Filipino soldiers to Japan to learn about earthquake preparedness, for example, and provide some logistical support, which is not covered by the present arrangement.
And when an actual calamity happens, can they use the RAA to immediately act and send military personnel here for peaceful purposes to help us in the recovery and other
Yes.
relief activities, Mr. President?
That's precisely what this RAA is for, that they would be prepared, that there is a level of interoperability, that the Filipino soldiers are familiar with Japanese equipment and their counterparts, and that they'll be able to respond more thoroughly and effectively.
Kasi, Mr. President, this is one of the, for me, saving features of the Australia-Philippines
Yes.
BFA. So our sponsor is telling us that this is also found in the Philippines-Japan RAA. And maybe is it written in an improved manner, Mr. President? Meron bang improvements doon as far as the disaster relief cooperative activities are concerned? May bagong idea ba or bagong feature?
Yes, I think it should be shared that in fact during the negotiations and the discussions, it was a key feature that disaster relief and training would play a central role. Being that we're on the same earthquake and volcanic fault, we really need to share preparedness information. The Japanese weather forecasts, for example, are exceedingly accurate and far into the future. So tutulungan tayo dyan. That's been part of their discussions, in fact. Yun nga lang, they've not been able to do it on a sustained basis failing the RA in the past. So they're hopeful that they can do this on a longer-term period, training our personnel and vice versa, showing the Japanese and they're gaining familiarity with our terrain.
So with that, Mr. President, I think I have been clarified with the basic features of the agreement, the main purposes, and some new ways that we have approached the visiting forces type of agreements, Mr. President. So I'd like to thank our sponsor for her patience and for her clarity in her superior knowledge about the agreement, Mr. President. Marami tayong natutunan and kung walang nag-oppose, and I hope we are accurate with that, Mr. President. No? So I think this agreement must have passed the standards of, if not all, a lot of the organizations here in our country when they examine the agreement, Mr. President. So,
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Minority Leader, especially for highlighting the improvements and the lessons learned from previous VFAs in the discussion regarding the reciprocal access agreement with Japan.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, Senator Marcos. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, if I may just make a
Yes.
short manifestation.
Yes, Senator
And,
Villanueva is
thank you,
recognized.
Mr. President. We'd like to put into the records our full support to this very important piece of legislation. And we, again, congratulate our chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos. I actually attended the hearing, Mr. President, and it's very educational and interesting. And again, let me put into the records my full support to this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Joel. Majority Leader.
Close na o mag-individual amendment lang?
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
An
Thank you very
objection?
much, Majority Leader. If you will allow an individual amendment,
Yes,
having
Mr.
closed the
President.
period of
We
interpolation.
will act on the motion first.
Sorry.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize again the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, to propose individual amendments.
Senator Marcos, recognized.
Maraming salamat po at gutom na kasi yung mga kasamahan natin. Pasensya at nagmamadali. There's a single individual amendment and that is contained in the title. After the phrase concurring in the and before the word agreement, to please insert the phrase ratification of the. Nakaligtaan na madali din. So we add ratification of the agreement.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Done.
Mr. President,
That's it.
with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading the proposed historical Senate Resolution number 1248. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1248 is hereby approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President,
Mr.
Majority Leader, Minority Leader. Thank you.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Can we just suspend consideration, Majority Leader, before you suspend?
Yes, Mr. President. I move to suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution 1248.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Minute
Session
suspension.
suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business.
Secretary, please read the additional reference of business.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1251, calling for an investigation in aid of legislation on the Metropolitan Manila Development Authority's prohibition on mall-wide sales in the National Capital Region during the holiday season, to determine whether the policy curtails commerce and whether it is effective in addressing traffic congestion.
Public Services and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
1252, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry to address the surge, pricing, and passenger client complaints against transportation network companies, TNCs, with the end in view of strengthening the regulation of TNCs, particularly the Transportation Network Workers Services, TNVS, Senator Tulfo.
Public Services.
1253, authorizing the Office of the Senate Legal Counsel to act as counsel of record of Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian in the petition for certiorari before the Court of Appeals, which seeks to annul the Office of the Ombudsman's joint resolution dated January 22, 2024, insofar as it dismissed the administrative complaint against private respondents in case number OMB-CA May 23-066, entitled Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian v. Donato D. Marcos et al., Senator Tolentino.
Rules. Majority Leader. Suspend.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1206. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Senator Pia Cayetano, our very own, and Padel Pilipinas for winning the group stage championship and the overall silver medal in the Asia Pacific Padel Cup held on September 19 to 22 in Bali, Indonesia.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution 1216, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 1250. This is the resolution congratulating and commending Padel Pilipinas.
Padel.
Padel. Padel.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 1216 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the resolution.
Resolution congratulating and commending Padel Pilipinas and national team athletes Tao Yi Tan and Marian Cappadocia for being the first all-Filipino champions in the Asia Pacific Padel Tour.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano to sponsor the measure.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to sponsor the resolution.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, relative to Resolution 1206, taking into consideration 1216 and 1215, may we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva to sponsor the measure.
Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, this is actually for both resolution, if I may, PS R number 1206 and 1216. Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasamahan po natin dito sa Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas, magandang gabi po. Tayo po ay lubos na nagagalak para i-co-sponsor ang mga resolusyon na nagpupugay sa Padel Pilipinas. Sa pangunguna po ng ating kaibigan, ang atisen ng bayan, Senator Pia Cayetano, para sa ipinamalas po nilang husay at talento sa mga nagdaang torneo ng padel. Kabilang na po ang Asia Pacific Padel Cup noong September at Asia Pacific Padel Tour Grand Slam na ginanap po sa Singapore 2024 noong Oktubre, Ginoong Pangulo. Mr. President, padel is now considered one of the most loved and popular racket sports in many countries. Called an innovative form of tennis by the Lawn Tennis Association, it has been described as the fastest growing sport in the world. It is then not a wonder that many are attracted to learn the sport, particularly our kababayans, our Filipino kababayans, who are known to excel in any field that we put our minds to. Mr. President, hence it is only proper that we commend the team of Padel Pilipinas, whose president is our very own lady senator, our in-house Olympian athlete from the great city of Taguig and Pateros, for bringing victory after victory for the Philippines in recent months. First, for taking home the overall silver medal at the Asia Pacific Padel Cup held in Bali, Indonesia last September. And just this October, Mr. President, the Tao Yi Tan and Marian Cappadocia became the first all-Filipina champions in the pro-female category of the Asia Pacific Paddle Tour Grand Slam 2024 held in Singapore. Mr. President, more than the pride and honor that our national team brought to the country, we believe that we should commend them all the more for paving the way for the sport to grow, not just among aspiring athletes, but also among ordinary Filipinos. Again, we thank and congratulate our athletes for this and for showcasing their world-class talent to the global stage. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, congratulations kay Ate Sen, Pia, Cayetano at sa lahat po ng bumubuo ng Paddle Pilipinas. Mabuhay ang mga atletang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to deliver a co-sponsorship speech is none other than Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be
Senator
recognized.
Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues. It is with great honor that I rise today in support of Senate Resolution number 1216, which congratulates and commends the remarkable achievements of the Philippine national paddle team, particularly Tao Yi Tan and Marian Cappadocia, for becoming the first all-Filipina champions in the Asia-Pacific Paddle Tour Grand Slam Singapore 2024. As an Antiqueña, I am especially proud to celebrate the victory of Marian Cappadocia, a fellow Antiqueña from San Jose, Antique, and Patnongon, who has brought immense pride to our province and to our country. This victory, alongside the equally exceptional Tao Yi Tan, not only showcases their individual talent and determination, but also exemplifies the growing prominence of Filipino athletes in the global sports arena. Marian, a 10-time Hall of Famer since 2013 in the Philippine-Colombian Open Championship, and a full-time athlete under Padel Pilipinas and the Philippine Tennis Association, has proven time and again that with grit and dedication, Filipino athletes can excel in any sport. I thank Senator Pia Cayetano for introducing me and educating me about Philippine sports, more particularly paddle. And I'm happy to say that my province of Antique, which does not have a paddle court yet, will soon have this year a paddle court in University of Antique, Sibalom, and University of Antique in Tibiao. And it touches me when Marian tells me that she used to play tennis in the San Jose Plaza, which is now no longer a tennis court, but somehow the provincial government made it into a rental property for food. I am told. I'm not certain if this is accurate. I would love to have it restored as a tennis court, but it's really up to the local government. Otherwise, I would want to be responsible for building her, in her name, a tennis court, and we will name the UA paddle courts after Marian Cappadocia. At 29 years old, Marian has become an inspiring figure for many. She is not just an elite athlete, but also a tennis teacher. I don't know if you can teach someone in her 60s. I will not say my exact age. Using her skills to impart knowledge through part-time teaching jobs. As one of the 9 siblings in her family, Marian has truly demonstrated that hard work, humility, and perseverance lead to success. Marian, ginapabugal namon ikaw. The APPT is a prestigious professional paddle tour in the Asia Pacific, and their victory against a tough Japanese-Indonesian team speaks volumes about the strength and resilience of Filipino athletes. Their success also reflects the growing recognition of paddle in the Philippines and establishes our country as a rising powerhouse in the sport within the Asia-Pacific region. For this, we would like to honor our esteemed colleague Pia Cayetano, who has really brought sports into a very important place in our country. I would like to thank her for persistently and consistently reminding me to put my foot and my fingers more in sports, which I intend to do in the new year as my resolution. I also commend Tao Yi Tan and Marian once again and the team for their hard work, perseverance, and dedication to excellence. Their victory is a source of inspiration for our youth and athletes nationwide, showing that with passion and grit, Filipinos can shine on the world stage. I stand with my esteemed colleagues in congratulating the team, as well as our very own Senator Pia Cayetano, whose efforts continue to elevate Philippine sports. Their success represents the best of Filipino resilience and talent. I would be happy to learn how to do paddle if I can't do tennis, and perhaps that could be not just a New Year's resolution, but do it before Christmas. And so at this point, I would like to invite the Senate Secretariat as my Christmas gift to you to play paddle in the tennis courts of Senator Cayetano. Charged to me. A paddle court, what did I say? A paddle in the paddle courts of Senator Pia Cayetano, because I see Attorney Chari and Attorney Mavic, who would just sit always on our backs the whole day, which is very unhealthy. And so I would like to invite you to the paddle court of my colleague, because our paddle courts in Antique are not yet up. I would also like to say, on my personal and private capacity, I will build my own paddle court in a selected place, maybe in Batangas, although in UA, it is in the State University and College. And it would be good if every state university and college would have both a tennis court and a paddle court. And if I may suggest, as I mentioned to the Santos brothers and Marian, who I was speaking with, if we could really involve the sport, because it seems like a simple sport with no expensive equipment needed and simple training, at least from my simple mind on sports, and it could be a grassroots sport that could be easily built. I am told that with a small piece of land of only 600 square meters and transferable equipment or 1 million, you can actually build a paddle court. So it's healthy, it is relatively inexpensive compared to other sports, so I join my dear colleagues in espousing Paddle Pilipinas in each and every way possible. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
point of information.
Senator Pia.
Senator Loren was an early supporter of paddle. A few months ago, in the early months of our operation, I was there and I was told that the courts are fully booked on a Friday evening. Booked by Senator Loren for her staff. So come 6 o'clock, there was only one court being used, and I said, where's the other people? Finally, unti-unti hong nagdatingan yung iba at hindi na nakarating yung iba dahil daw may trabaho pa sila. Malas 8 ng gabi.
Pero
So true
binayaran
to
ko
form
yung
ng
work.
kanilang boss, talagang overtime. Kaya sana this time, pauwi mo ng maaga para makarating naman sila at makalaro ng paddle ng maayos.
I'd like to put it on record, Mr. President, instead of having a Christmas party, which I'm not want to do, I would have a paddle
party. Okay.
Both for the Senate Secretariat, who are always here, and for my office as well. Yes, in the paddle court of Senator Pia Cayetano. This is not pro bono. We will pay, and we will move, and I will join them. Yes.
My staff who have been training once in a while will happily play with your staff and the secretariat, and then Senator Joel will sponsor the prize for the winning Senate office.
Yes. Ang sagot ko lang, opisina ko at saka yung Senate Secretariat. Yes, not all Senate
Yun lang.
offices.
Hindi na, okay na yun.
Every
Joel
senator
na.
can sponsor a Christmas party in a paddle court. That would be good. Yes, it's a healthy
Meron din po
Christmas.
sa Baler, kay former Senator Angara. Meron
Yes.
doon, pwede din doon.
So we will soon have in Antique and in Batangas as well. Maingay kayo. Sige. Yes, thank you. And I'm happy to support the good senator who has been very persistent, consistent, unrelenting in the promotion of Philippine sports. I'd be happy to be a learner at this age of any sport na akma po sa akin. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ligarda, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Finally, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to sponsor two Senate resolutions today that highlight the accomplishments of the national team athletes Tawi Tan and Marian Cappadocia. Senate Resolution number 1216 for being the first all-Filipina champions in the Asia-Pacific Paddle Tournament held in Singapore, and Senate Resolution number 1250 where they won their second championship in the Asia-Pacific Paddle Tour in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The Asia-Pacific Paddle Tour is the first professional paddle tour in the Asia-Pacific region. It is recognized as the premier competitive circuit that organizes high-level tournaments across various countries in the Asia-Pacific region. The Asia-Pacific Paddle Tour Grand Slam held in October 2024 saw an extraordinary achievement that will forever be etched in Philippine sports history. Tawi Tan and Marian Cappadocia, representing our national paddle team, proudly claimed the championship title of the female pro category, becoming the first all-Filipina champions in the history of the APPT. For the record, Mr. President, in this kind of tournament, you can have a team member who is from a different country. So it's significant that they won together. It is very common that a player from Asia would partner with a player from a more advanced, a country that has more experience in paddle, like a Spanish player, a Portuguese player. But we really decided that we want these two to shine on their own, not even realizing that the victory would be coming sooner than later. So, as I said, they won, and they now hold the title forever of being the first all-Filipina champions in the history of the APPT. In a thrilling match, they faced tough Japanese-Indonesian duo opponents, but eventually dominated the game with a score of 6-3, 1-6, and 7-5. And then, barely a month later, Tawi and Marian showed the world that their victory in Singapore did not just end there. They clinched another victory at the APPT Volvo Open in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, becoming the two-time APPT champion, further solidifying their place as two of the best in the sport in Asia Pacific. In the tournament, the women dominated the female pro category, defeating the Spanish-Russian team 3-6, 6-4, 6-4. In the semis, and then going head-to-head with Japan's team 7-5, 6-1 in the finals. For the record, Mr. President, they had, in those two tournaments, they played against Russians, Spanish, Portuguese, Japanese, and Indonesians. Those were the top contenders. Their relentless determination and exceptional teamwork were on full display as they worked to claim their second major international title in just a matter of few weeks. The victory marked a well-deserved milestone in Tawi Tan's athletic career. Tawi has become and is currently the #1 female professional player in the APPT with 4,910 points, while Marian is ranked #6 in the APPT with 3,770 points. If you're wondering why Marian is #6, well, she also has a tennis career. And as was mentioned earlier, yesterday she won her 10th title in the PCA, the prestigious PCA tennis tournament. So Marian is juggling two national teams. In closing, Tawi Tan and Marian Cappadocia are not veteran paddle players. They have only started their intense training this year. But the record showed that Senator Joel Villanueva said, may pag-asa pa tayo, Brad. So as I was saying, with less than a year of intense training, they have already reached these milestones. They exhibited both skill and heart while making their mark on the international stage and showing the world what Filipinas are capable of achieving in the sport. I speak for them as I know that they do not claim this victory alone. They acknowledge the support of their coaches, their teammates, and the support that they get from the community as they are not alone in this venture, Mr. President. An inspiration to the entire paddle community, to the athletes, and all Filipinos. We look forward to what the future holds in store for them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Just one question, if I may. Where did this sport originate?
So apparently, it started in Mexico, but then it got big in Spain. But so I think the top countries now are, in terms of number of players, are Spain, Argentina. Those are the two top, and then other European countries and other South American countries. And it's growing in the Middle East, and it's starting to grow in Southeast Asia.
All right. Thank you.
Would His Honor like to join and play or sponsor a team?
Sure.
Okay, thank
Anytime.
you. Thank you.
And last question, is this Tao Yi Tan a pure Filipina?
She is actually half Malaysian.
Half
but,
Malaysian.
But grew up and played her entire sporting career here in the Philippines.
So she is a holder of a Philippine passport.
Oo naman.
Okay.
Oh, she is.
Iba kasi pangalan eh. Thank you,
Any
Senator
further
Pia.
questions, Your Honor?
No more.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Your Honor, as well as the Senate President, would like to have their co-sponsorship speeches be inserted into the record.
Including this representation.
Yes, that's
Thank
why
you.
I mentioned, Your Honor.
Thank you. The co-sponsorship speech of the Senate President and this representation are hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, Senator Bongo would like likewise to have his co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the record.
Noted.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1216, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution 1250, subject to style. And so move, Mr. President.
Gen objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution 1216, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 1250, subject to style, is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that all present members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros would like to avail of the privilege hour. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is hereby recognized to deliver her privilege speech.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po. Mr. President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today on a matter of grave importance to the Filipino people. I realize that these are very fluid political times, with political events still unfolding even as we start to think about our Noche Buena. Ang kinakatakot ko po, dear colleagues, mga kasama, ay habang busy ang bansa sa mga kaganapan dito, nasasalisihan tayo ng mga kalaban. Last week, the Philippine Coast Guard reported that 13 undocumented Chinese nationals were found on a dredging vessel, MV Harvest 89, in Mariveles, Bataan on November 26, 2024, around 2 in the afternoon. Laking gulat at pagtataka ng PCG na sa isang routine pre-departure inspection para ma-secure ang Master's Declaration of Safe Departure, the crew members attempted to deny them entry. Okay naman na daw ang kanilang documentation. Smelling a rat, our Coast Guards boarded the vessel where they discovered 9 undocumented Chinese crew members. And when they searched deeper, they found 4 more, bringing the total to 30. Apologies, Mr. President, nawala lang yung audio. Pero ito naman po ang ilan sa mga IDs na nahanap nila. Mas nakapagtataka, may nahanap na PLA uniform on board. Parang yung mga PLA uniform na nahanap sa mga pogo. Dredging operations conducted by Chinese vessels in our waters have long alarmed the communities on the affected coasts. Dredging does not merely reshape the seabed. It disrupts ecosystems, destroys marine habitats, and contributes to long-term ecological imbalance. The repercussions of such actions ripple far beyond our shores, threatening food security and biodiversity. But the implications of this recent discovery are deeply troubling, as they hint at activities that go far beyond the guise of commercial operations. Itanong po natin, what is the company behind this? The company behind this is the state-run China Harbor Engineer Company, or CHEC, blacklisted by the United States in 2020 for its role in the red militarization of the South China Sea, and blacklisted even farther back by the World Trade Organization for its corrupt practices. Subsidiary po ito ng China Communications Construction Company o CCCC na minsan ko nang ipinanawagan na i-blacklist. Naghahain din po ako ng resolution PSR number 989 in April this year dahil itong CHEC ay involved din sa large-scale sand quarrying activities na nakakasira sa kalikasan. Kahit sandako ng mundo, tila nagkakalat ng lagim itong CHEC. Quote, one of the Chinese business giants that the Communist Party uses for everything is CHEC, part of that monster called China that moves with many arms but is always the same animal. Close quote. Ito ang sabi ni Mr. Douglas Farah, an international analyst specializing in Latin American affairs, where CHEC also has problematic infrastructure projects. Tignan po natin itong example ng alien employment permit mula sa mga tatagpuan na Chinese doon sa vessel. Ang nakalista po na company dito ay China Harbor Engineering Company. Kung may AEC sila, bakit po kailangan magtago? Bakit po kailangang wala ang pangalan nila sa manifest? Gayong legal naman di umano ang kanilang gawain dito sa bansa natin. Katakataka ito. Lastly, Mr. President, hindi po ito ang unang pagkakataon na may nahuli ang ating mga Coast Guards na mga dredging vessels na gumagawa ng kabulastugan within our waters. In May of this year, our Coast Guards also apprehended a vessel pretending to carry a flag of the Republic when in fact it was registered to Sierra Leone. Its crew members were all Chinese nationals. The presence of undocumented Chinese nationals aboard a vessel engaged in such contentious operations is a chilling revelation. What were they doing there? Who permitted their entry? Were they acting as laborers or, as some fear, engaging in activities of an intelligence-gathering nature? Espionage is not merely the stuff of spy novels. As we have sadly learned due to recent events, it is a clear and present danger in the modern geopolitical landscape. Sabi nga ng Nika sa aming natapos na POGO hearings, in which a Philippine mayor was confirmed by our intelligence apparatus to be an agent of influence, lahat po ng rehiyon ng Pilipinas ay infiltrated na ng agents ng Chinese Communist Party. When foreign nationals operate covertly in our territory, it compromises not only our security apparatus, but also the trust of our citizens in government's ability to protect them. Mr. President, colleagues, this is a moment for resolve. Let us demand transparency, accountability, and swift action from all concerned agencies. I propose the following measures. 1, immediate investigation. Task the Department of Justice through the Bureau of Immigration to probe the undocumented individuals found aboard these vessels. Who are they and what are their objectives? Siyasatin din ang kanilang mga alien employment permits na binigay ng Department of Labor and Employment. 2, environmental audit. Direct the Department of Environment and Natural Resources to conduct an exhaustive assessment of the environmental damage caused by these dredging operations and hold responsible parties accountable. 3, policy review. Mandate a review of all existing agreements that permit foreign entities to engage in resource extraction or related activities within our waters, ensuring that these agreements align not just with ecological preservation, but also national security. And 4, strengthened oversight. Equip our maritime forces and intelligence agencies, kagaya ng Philippine Coast Guard, with the tools, technology, and resources needed to monitor and safeguard our maritime territories effectively. Panghuli po, we should rescind contracts with blacklisted companies like CHEC that commit violations in our waters. When they violate our laws, the consequences should be clear. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa. If I may be allowed to just ask some clarificatory questions, Majority Leader, just a few questions. First of all, let me put into the records that I sincerely appreciate and congratulate our dear colleague for raising this very important issue. I remember, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, you led the way for the Senate to investigate the Pastilla scam and all other brouhahas that happened in the Bureau of Immigration. One thing that caught my attention when you made mention about call to action, investigation, environmental audit on dredging, etc. And then the third is policy reviews. If I may just ask, you made mention about these workers who were yung nahuli po, Mr. President, you made mention that they are holders of alien employment permits. Maybe know if they are all holders of alien employment permits, and number 2, what kind of job are they up into or involved? Because in our Constitution, Article 12, Section 12, if there are Filipinos who are able, capable, and even willing to do this particular undertaking, this particular job, it should go first to Filipinos before issuing AEPs to foreigners, Your Honor, distinguished colleague.
Tama po kayo, Mr. President. At alam din po natin na yung mga AEPs na yon, meron lamang pong taning ng 2 taon bago dapat nagsasanay na ng mga Pilipino na kaya at gustong gawin naman yung parehong trabahong iyon. So bahagi po yun ng sisiyasatin sa AEPs na ibinigay ng DOLE kung nasa loob pa ba ng 2-year period na iyan or baka lapse na po iyon. At yun na nga po, kung may hawak naman sila ng AEP, so presumed legit, bakit po sila nagtago? At Mr. President, wala pa sa manifest. So ano ba sila? Legit ba or hindi legit? At bakit may ganong pagkamalabo sa status nila, Mr. President?
Isa pa po sa nais kong sanang matignang mabuti, yung pong minsan pag-overlap ng pagbibigay ng special working permits na ini-issue ng Bureau of Immigration. Sa inyo pong pananaw, distinguished colleague, Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa, yung pong pagbibigay ng special working permit, ito po ba ay ano yung inyong pananaw sa pagbibigay nito? Kasi yung mga nakaraang pong pagdinig, ito ay supposed to be binibigay, kunyari, import ka ng isang PBA team or ikaw ay magko-concert dito sa Pilipinas. Pero nung pong mga nakaraang panahon, at alam na alam nyo po itong nangyari sa mga kababalaghang nangyari sa mga POGO firms, nabibigyan ng special working permit yung mga POGO employees na tumatagal ng halos 1-2 taon na supposed to be dapat AEPs yung kanilang ina-applyan, no, yung Alien Employment Permits.
Salamat, Mr. President, dun sa pagpapaalala sa atin na sa kabila ng meron namang mga regular na dokumento na ini-issue ng ating executive bodies tulad AEP mula sa DOLE, kung bakit merong pang inimbentong mga dokumento naman tulad nitong special working permits na tama po kayo, Mr. President, ang inaasahan natin, magko-cover lamang po dun sa mga gumagawa ng yun na nga, special na trabaho sa limitadong panahon, gaya ng binanggit nyong mga visiting athletes, visiting performing artists. Pero hindi po dapat nag-overlap nga sa dapat na visa lamang ng AEP para paboran yung mga gumagawa in effect ng regular na trabaho dito sa ating republika. And yung paalala nyo po, Mr. President, ay nagpaalala din po sa akin yung siniyasat nga natin ng maraming buwan tungkol dyan sa Pastilla scam na nung panahong iyon ay nag-imbento pa bukod sa mga special working permits na mga dokumento tulad ng visa upon arrival na yung pala ay papaboran lang ang isang nationality or isa pang nationality at kinasangkapan para bigyan ng higit na pribilehiyo yung mga dayuhang ito dito sa ating bansa na hindi naman ibinibigay ng pantay sa ating mga kababayan. Nagbigay daan pa, hindi lang sa pag-corrupt, in that case, sa mga VUA ng Bureau of Immigration personnel, pero nagbigay daan pa kalaunan sa pag-corrupt sa iba pang mga instrumentalities ng ating gobyerno, Mr. President.
Salamat po, Senator Ontiveros, and let me also ask siguro yung final question with regard po dun sa binanggit yung call to rescind contracts, yung mga blacklisted company. Sa ngayon po ba, na-address na po yung matagal na nating pinananawagan dito sa Senado, yung mga na-blacklist po kasi parang ang dali-daling makabalik sa sila at makatransact ng official business sa ating pamahalaan. Meron pa po ba, existing pa rin po ba yung mga ganitong situation na blacklisted na pero nakakabalik pa at nagkakaroon pa ng transaksyon sa ating pamahalaan? At doon naman po sa mga blacklisted na hindi pa rin nire-rescind yung mga kontrata, parang ano pa ho ba yung hinihintay para i-rescind itong mga kontratang ito, Ginoong Pangulo?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. President. Yung mga blacklisted na, hindi man dito sa larangan ng ekolohiya at saka pambansang seguridad, pero halimbawa blacklisted na kumpanya na pumasok sa ibang larangan ng politika at paggogobyerno, labas sa kanyang kinalagyang industriya, pero biglang parang nakaka-reinvent sa sarili bilang isang lehitimong kumpanya. Mukhang ganito rin yung haharapin nating hamon sa larangan ng dredging na baka may dredging plus na ginagawa tulad ng posibleng intelligence-related nga ng mga gawain. Pero hindi po tayo dito sa Senado sasawa sa ganyang panawagan na kung mayroong ganitong mga dayuhang kumpanya tulad nitong CHEC or for that matter CCCC na mayroong economic or iba pang activities na gumagawa dito pero dati nang na-blacklist either ng ibang bansa o ng isang international organization tulad ng WTO, medyo dapat mag-raise yun ng alarm bell sa atin kung bakit sila ngayon ay dito nag-ooperate whether to dredge or to do something else. Tapos, mayroon pang naka-onboard sa mga vessels nila na mga dayuhang nasyonal na may mga kaduda-dudang mga dokumentong hawak, meron pang nahanap na uniforme ng isang dayuhang hukbo on board, at kaduda-duda yung paggalaw nila, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Ontiveros. And again, let me state into the records of this August Chamber my full support and join the call of our distinguished colleague, not only for an investigation, but also for environmental audit, reviewing of our policies, especially the giving of alien employment permits, special working permits, etc., and to exercise our oversight functions, and that call to rescind contracts of these blacklisted companies. Kasi parang babalik na naman tayo doon sa usapin ng Pogo na yung iba papalitan lang yung pangalan or magtatago sa ibang pangalan. With the end goal of course, again, number one, yung pag-preserve sa ating mga kababayan na trabaho para sa kanila dito sa Pilipinas. Filipino first ang sinasabi ng ating Constitution, Article 12, Section 12. Tapos yung security na binabanggit po ng ating colleague. Nakakalungkot man isipin pero parang hindi na tayo lahat nagugulat na may Chinese spies dito sa ating bansa. At last but not the least, yung hustisya. Kasi kung na-blacklist ka, kailangan bigyan ng hustisya ng pamahalaan dahil otherwise, hindi malayo mag-isip yung ating mga kababayan na nakuha ito sa kasyunduan. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I likewise commend our distinguished lady, our Deputy Minority, for bringing this to our attention. Likewise, I'm also worried, Mr. President, because we might be looking at the West Philippine Sea, but right here in Manila Bay, there are hundreds of dredging vessels right there, manned by Chinese personnel. We do not know if some of them are PLA. No, it's not far-fetched because I always bike here. I always see them in operation. There's not 40, 50. I think there are about 100 vessels right in Manila Bay. So we have to refer this to the proper committee, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tiberos and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace and Unification and Reconciliation. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2816 under Committee Report number 317. This is the bill setting the term of office of barangay officials and the members of the Sangguniang Kapital. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2816 under Committee Report number 317 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Aimee R. Marcos, and to interpret our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is in order. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the Ate ng Bayan, Senator Aimee Solucion Marcos, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Can we ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended for a minute.
With the permission of our hardworking sponsor, Mr. President, if we can ask some clarificatory questions about this very important measure, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I will attempt to answer as best we can all the questions of the Minority Leader. Thank you.
This measure will actually change how we treat the barangay officials, including SK, no? As far as their term of office is concerned?
Yes, that's correct, Minority Leader.
According to Section 1, the term of office of all elected barangay officials and members of the Sangguniang Kabataan shall be 6 years. No barangay elective official or member of the Sangguniang Kabataan shall serve for more than 2 consecutive terms in the same position, and then etc. Given the age, let's focus first on the Sangguniang Kabataan, just
Yes.
to be clear. Given the age bracket for the SK, is that rule on the not serving more than 2 consecutive terms applicable to the SK?
Yes, there are certainly concerns about the SK, and we will be introducing amendments such that they can only serve 1 term if it's a 6-year term. Right now, the maximum age for candidates in the SK is 24 years, kaya pasok pa rin sa 30-year deadline or limitation. Pero 1 term lang. After 1 term, talagang they have to run for some other position or not at all.
So what is the rule with the SK? You can run, what is the rule as amended, Mr. President? You can run for an SK position if you are from 18 to 24 years of age?
Yes, if you are 24 years old or less, you can...
But above 18, 18 and above.
Yes, 18 to 24 in effect.
oo
You
nga.
can run.
So when does this 2 consecutive terms of 6 years apply? When the
It will no longer apply. That's why we will be introducing a future amendment.
so kaya that's why.
Kasi it
that's why.
doesn't
So
work
that's
po.
why
It really
from-
doesn't work. You're right.
From the reading, yes, Mr. President. So
With the permission of the
Yes.
minority leader, so I understand that the SK can only run for one term only, not 2 consecutive terms.
That's correct. They'll be overaged after
Yes.
that single term, assuming they're at the maximum age of 24 at the time they ran.
All right. Kung maaprubahan itong 6 years, am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
But under current law, what is now the term of office of elected barangay officials and members of the SK?
Yes. Under current law, under RA 9164, it's a 3-year period. But because of the repeated extensions, what has happened is the batch elected in October of 2023 will be up for re-election in December of 2025. Halos wala pang 2 taon upon assuming office. So malaking sagabal at problema at gastos to.
Pero alam nila to nung tumakbo sila.
Yes, I believe
Yes,
they were
that was-
aware
yes.
of this, but it was very much a last-minute occurrence because the Supreme Court thereafter, following their filing, issued the Makalintal decision.
But it's a fact that it was well announced before the filing and before the election that this will be a short term.
When did it come out? Yes. I believe that it was properly announced in July of 2023, but June of 2023, but I don't think that gave much recourse to the barangay officials because they were up for filing already in a couple of months. So
And then-
maraming hindi na nakaintindi na talagang ganun kaikli lamang.
Malaking issue po yun. I mean, dapat pagka tumakbo sa isang elective position, dapat siguro aware sila. Binabasa nila, una, anong function nila, ano ang kapangyarihan nitong position nito, anong responsibilities, plus the term, Mr. President. So,
I think that's one of the real problems with the barangay terms, which is why we would like to, in consonance with the Makalintal ruling, instead of resorting to constant and arguably whimsical, capricious, and frivolous extensions, once and for all, amend the term to a longer period. Because the postponements have been so frequent, that in fact the barangay officials are no longer aware of their actual term. Nagumpisa kasi ito 6 years, naging 5 years, naging 3 years, 5 years, 3 years, tapos ina-extend ng 1 year, extend ng another year, magkasama po tayo, nakadalawang extension po tayo, yung 2020, naging 2022, yung 2022, naging 2023. Baka hindi na talo masyadong pinaniniwalaan ng mga barangay officials kasi pa iba-iba nga naman.
Under current law, elective barangay officials have term limits?
Yes, it's 3 years, 3 terms. So that's a total of 9 years po.
Yes, but let us say that there is a shortened term. Is that counted as a term? So, kunyari, there are 2 normal terms, the 3 years, and then there is 1 unusual term, a shortened term like this one of 2 years. Will that count as 3 terms, although 8 years?
The understanding is that, which is a little bit confusing, is that the term began in 2022 in accordance with law because the postponement was void per the Supreme Court. So in 2023, retroacts to 2022, therefore the next election is 2025. Kaya nagkakagulo-gulo at hindi masyadong naintindihan eh.
So let us say because of an amendment to the barangay election law, a term of 3 years became 4 years, a term of 3 years became 2 years.
That's correct.
Those are counted as terms.
That's correct.
Yes, it may be a 4-year term, but that's a term. It's
That's
a
right.
2-year term, but still a term.
That's correct.
And then so we count the terms, not the years of the cumulative years of the terms.
Tama po.
Tama
That's
po.
correct, which is another element that adds to the confoundment of the barangay officials.
So, the next scheduled, under current law, the next scheduled barangay election is on
2025. December of 2025 po.
any particular date of December
It's
20?
December 5, I believe, of 2025. It's always December 25, no?
Monday,
It's a fixed, it's supposed to be the the first Monday of December.
Sige, check na lang natin what is that
Yes,
first
which
Monday
is,
of December 2025. December 1?
For next year, it's December 1.
December 1, okay. So in the election for barangay in December 1, 2025, the expectation is that term is how long?
3 years under
3
the
years.
present
Okay,
law.
So yun po ang mga binabago natin.
That's correct.
Binabago na natin yung petsa ng eleksyon. Gagawin po nating
The idea
Second
is
Monday
to make it
of-
the second Monday of May.
May 2029.
Yes.
Nasa bill po.
Kung 2025. Kung mag 6 years tayo, 2029, second Monday of May. Dahil
binabago nga nito
binabago
nung
natin.
panukala.
That's
Oo.
correct. That's correct.
So, kung maging batas ito, ang eleksyon bali ng mga barangay officials and SK would be second Monday of May na, yun muna, second Monday of May, and then 2029, tapos every 6 years thereafter.
Thereafter, that's correct.
Okay, so meaning
That's
to
the
say,
idea.
itong mga nahalal nung last barangay elections which was held on
October of 2023.
October of 2023, with full knowledge that they will be serving only up to December of 2025, they will now hindi natin pwede ko sabihin, they will either be benefited or even be damaged so, with an extended term. Actually, ang iba siguro doon, nung tumakbo, sabi niya, I'm willing to serve lang ako ng 2 years. Bigay ko yung 2 years ng buhay ko, tapos bigla natin gagawing, anong total po niya?
6 years as recommended. 6 years po. Kasi it will be...
Short yata.
Will be 5.5 in operation because October's at the end of the year. So in effect, it will be 5.5, which actually is very, very close to the terms actually served since 1982. Yung actual terms have been extended so many times na pag binilang mo yung average, halos 5 years plus.
Okay, then how come I get to read in the briefers that one of the reasons that we are giving for a 6-year term is that the 3 years is such a short term that they cannot implement a medium-term plan, when in reality, they are really serving for 5 years plus.
Well, that's precisely the issue because it's been raised each time and it's become the basis for constant postponements. Bawal na yung mga postponement na tama naman yung ating Korte Suprema. So rather than stay with the impracticable and clearly violated more in the breach, talaga namang kinakailangan siguro habaan na once and for all at ibalik dun sa original 6 years or 5 years as the case may be. Dahil postpone tayo ng postpone, nauubos ang panahon at hindi makapagplano ng maigi ang ating mga barangay.
Ang isa ko kasing nabasa po na dahilan na binibigay natin is with the longer fixed term, the barangay officials and members of the SK will deepen their understanding of both national and local issues as well as implement their own medium and long-term initiative at the barangay level.
Yes.
Pero kung,
Yes.
kung in reality nga, nagpa 5 years sila, I do not think they can make that as an excuse that they need an additional 1 year so that they can implement medium to long-term initiatives. Ang ibig bang sabihin,
No, what I'm saying
yung
is...
mga nakalipas na nanilbihan ay hindi sila naka-come up ng medium and long-term initiatives kahit na 5 years, more than 5 years pa silang
Ang
nakaupo.
hirap kasi, ang nangyayari kasi, ako ay nag-umpisa sa barangay. Kaya medyo memorize ko. Kasi nag-umpisa po ako sa kabataan barangay, naging SK na, pinagpipilitan ko pa rin na sangguni ang katandaan. Kaya ang puso ko ay nasa barangay, ang politika ko, politika ng barangay. Ang problema, things have changed radically since the local government code was passed in 1991. And what has occurred is that what used to be a rather ad hoc voluntary organization has now become a very fundamental and essential part of government. So lahat ng requirement ng gobyerno, sinalpak na rin sa barangay. Kung titignan lang natin yung training na required sa barangay, halimbawa, apakadaming training and seminar, pareho na halos ng mayor at gobernador. Meron yung BENEO, yung newly elected, yung administration training, disaster risk, peace and order, God seminar, health and sanitation. Saan katutak to kung ano yun? Dati, hindi naman ganyan. Ngayon, livelihood, solid waste, lupong, tagapamayapa, ang governance performing, financial management, napakadami na, computer literacy. Isa yun yung training. Ikalawa, napakadami na ring functions na wala na sa local government code. Kung papansinin natin, ang husay natin gumawa ng iba't ibang batas, pagkatapos yung implementasyon, mula noong 1991, binagsak na natin sa barangay at sa LGU. For example, ecological solid waste, disaster risk reduction, Magna Carta of Women and the VAUSI, yung ating, ano ba ito, yung hapag, halina't magtanim ng prutas, barangay at kalinisan barkada, Bagong Pilipinas, barangay road clearing, water conservation, anti-illegal drugs, talipapa satellite markets. Tapos meron pang mga DOLE, Brigada Eskwela, DOH vaccination and feeding. The list goes on. It just has expanded so greatly, not only with the barangay, punong barangays, but also with the kagawads, as well as the SK. Furthermore, it's also become far stricter with the requirements for transparency and accountability. Yung documentary requirements ng COA at DBM para matuto lang yung barangay official, siguro higit sa 2 taon, di pa niya makakabisado lahat ng requirement. So, yun yung mga problema natin na yung barangay kakaiba na kesa sa nung panahon ko.
Hindi ko natatanungin po kung ano yung panahon nyo.
Kaya nga, dekada 70 po.
Pero hindi, ang tanong ko po is ganito. Hindi ba yung mga seminars na yun, it's either mandatory or recommended din pati sa mga mayor.
Yes,
Oh,
pati
so-
sa mga
so,
mayor,
how
pati
come,
sa lahat.
How come sa Constitution na finix natin na 3 years, kaya ng mga mayor, kaya nila. So how come ang sasabihin natin ngayon na hindi kaya ng mga barangay officials?
Yes, I think
Kailangan nila ng 6 na taon, hindi...
unang-una, palagay ko, napakarami rin nagrereklamo na mayor, gobernador at congressman na yung unang taon nila wala silang ginawa kundi kabisahin itong mga requirements, kilalanin lahat ng tao sa Kapitolyo at sa City Hall at nahihirapan rin sila sa 3 taon. Sa ikalawang taon may alam silang konti, ikatlong taon nangangampanya na ulit. So pareho rin ang reklamo nila. Ikalawa, siguro, bigyan natin ng konting pansin na yung mga barangay officials hindi po sanay sa mga documentary requirements, legal documents, yung bidding and awards procedure. Lahat yan required na sa barangay ngayon. Yung mga mayor, kahit papano, maraming abogado dyan, engineer, mga accountant, hindi naman siguro lahat ng ating barangay officials talagang bihasa sa ganung sistema.
Pero, Mr. President...
At saka kung maalala ninyo, yung City Hall, ang daming empleyado niyan eh. Ganon din sa provincial government, kompleto yung mga department heads. Yung barangay, mag-isa lang siya, may kagawad siya. Binigyan natin ng secretary at may treasurer, pero lahat nga pa. Samantalang nung ako, naging gobernador, ang daming nagtuturo sa akin eh.
Kahit na, let's say, first term
Kahit
mayor,
first term
first
ka,
term
andyan yung
governor.
back mo, i-brief ka kung paano. Tapos yung mga provincial PM, ano man tawag doon? DRRMC, yung disaster risk. Sasabihin lahat ng prepositioning sa'yo. Matututo ka sa kanila sa haba ng panahon. Eto namang mga barangay, wala namang staff na gano'n at ng mga department heads na ang dunong-dunong na.
So, yes, sir.
Madam Sponsor, katulad lang po rin sa lungsod na Maynila, there are 998 barangays. Yung isang barangay doon, 2 kalsada lang. Halos lahat ng mga barangay doon, 1 kalsada, 2 kalsada. Siguro naman, masyadong mahaba ang 6 na taon para gumawa ng improvements doon sa kanilang barangay. Siguro 1 taon. Sa 2 kalsada lang, isang barangay na, siguro 1 taon pwede, 1, 2 taon pwede na siguro sila gumawa ng mga projects nila, ng mga improvements nila dahil 2 kalsada lang yung mga barangay doon.
With all due respect, yung ibang lugar doon, iisang kalsada lang.
Correct.
At may kasalanan ako doon kasi bahagi po kami ng mga naghati-hati nung mga barangay doon. Ang issue po sa Maynila, kung hahayaan ninyo ako magsalita, talagang hindi yung problema ng termino. Ang problema, yung dami ng barangay. Na dapat, siguro, i-consolidate yung iba.
Dapat i-cluster.
Pagkat yung iba, i-cluster na lamang kasi nga ihambing na lamang sa precinct kasi napakarami nga talaga.
Pero
yun
syempre,
ang problema,
yung mga-
hindi po yung term.
Yung mga congressman natin sa Maynila, doon sa House, hindi papayag na i-cluster dahil alam mo, natatakot din sila mawala ng
Palagay
boto.
ko, hindi naman sila tutul dyan kasi madadalian din sila sa trabaho nila kasi iilan na lamang yung kausap. Oo, kasi nangyari na rin yan sa ibang lugar. Halimbawa, yung Bacoor, nakita natin, nag-cluster po sila. May malalaking lugar din, at iba pang lungsod kung saan talaga cluster. Alam ng COMELEC yan. Yung ibang mga lugar, katulad ng Bagong Diwa naman, Bagong Bayan sa Caloocan, biniyak yung isa, naging 6. Pero ibang issue po yun, hindi yung haba ng termino, kundi yung napakadaming barangay.
I agree. Dahil sa dami ng barangay nga, katulad nga sinabi ko kanina, at sinabi rin ni as
Totoo
mentioned by
yun.
Senator Marcos, 1, 2 kalsada, 1 punong barangay na eh. That's why we have, I remember vividly, we have 998 barangays in the city of Manila.
Tama.
Palagay ko, yun na siguro pinakamaraming barangay sa buong Metro Manila.
Totoo yan, totoo yan. At yun nga, para silang naging ward leader. ang nangyari dyan. Kasi isang kalsada lang iilan lang talaga.
So, ibig sabihin po niyan, pag 990, isa, dalawang kalsada lang, ibig sabihin, sa 6 na taon, pagbibigyan natin sila? I mean, marami na ho siguro magagawa. Sa 2, 3 taon, marami na sila magagawa kung dalawang kalsada lang yung barangay nila.
Palagay ko, iisa lang naman yung Maynila. Kakaiba talaga yung Maynila.
So,
Pero kahit sa Maynila na sinasabi natin na ang sikip-sikip sa dami ng barangay, isang kalsada, dalawang kalsada, may mga barangay na napakalalaki rin na umaapak din ng 2,000 ang botante.
Yes, sa
Na ang
Caloocan,
ideal, ayon sa COMELEC, dapat ipako natin sa 800 lamang ang botante. Meron pa rin lumalampas, may 2,000, 3,000 sa isang barangay. Kaya hindi totoo na lahat ay napakaliliit.
Pwede pong malaman, Mr. President, saan nakuha ng COMELEC yung ideal number na 800 should comprise a barangay?
Yes, the 800 is not for the barangay. I think I misspoke. Basically, that's the ideal number sana para sa presinto. Para expeditious ang ating voting at sa kabilangan.
Sige, okay. So the COMELEC has no position on what's the ideal,
Ay, yung barangay, hindi na sila
ideal size for
nakikialam
the
doon.
barangay.
Mali po yung pagkasabi ko. Hindi
can
naman
we-
COMELEC ka. Sa presinto po yan.
Just
Kaya nga yung recommendation para sa Maynila, kung saan napakaraming barangay, sana i-cluster na lamang at gawin per precinct yung barangay. At wag naman masyadong
but
maliliit.
it has to emanate from the House, am I correct?
I think so.
Yeah. Alam naman tayo gumawa ng batas.
Kasi local yun. Local
Local.
legislation
From the House.
always derives from the House.
and I think the council can
Yes, the
can
city
merge,
council
can merge barangays.
also requests the merging. Which is very, very unusual. Wala pa akong
Political
naririnig na
will.
merging.
You really need political will,
Ang
Mr.
naririnig ko
President.
lagi pinapabiyak pinapadagdag
So, Mr. President, just in case as a sponsor knows, what is our biggest barangay as of the moment and the number of voters and or inhabitants?
In Metro Manila, are you talking about...
Nationwide po.
Nationwide.
Opo. Tapos, then I will ask for the smallest also, para makita lang po natin.
Smallest Manila. Dalawang kalsada.
Ano yung biggest barangay ngayon?
3 kalsada.
Is that possible to know? Meron pa tayong data?
Pero wala na, nabiyak na Ano na ngayon? Ang pagkaalam ko, yung pinakamalalaki talaga yung bagong silang, yung sa Caloocan, pero nabiyak na ng 6.
Okay na po.
Ngayon, may mga barangay sa Quezon City na ang alam ko kalahating milyon noon Yung mga Commonwealth at saka Holy Spirit, ang pagkaalam ko talagang hundreds of thousands yan.
Can we be more accurate? Ang sabi ko naman, just in case we know. So kung sabihin lang po kung hindi natin alam, so we will not answer the question.
We don't seem to have the data
don't
right
have-
now
okay, sige
because
po.
it's also a
Understand.
moving target, if
And-
truth be told. Nagbabago-bago rin sinong pinakamalaki.
Can we ask na lang? Can we
Yes,
ask?
we will ask and
would-
submit.
What agency would have the information that we need?
By
Is it
right, the ILG should.
COMELEC or
they're
DILG?
here, but the COMELEC doesn't have barangay information. I believe the ILG should have the record, but they don't seem to have
Sige.
it at the moment. Biggest and smallest.
Can it follow? Can the information follow?
Yes.
The majority leader, Mr. President.
Just to interject, Mr. President, I heard something about Caloocan. This Congress subdivided the biggest barangay.
It's Commonwealth.
It's Barangay Bagong Silang.
Yeah, it's tama. I
So,
wasn't wrong.
we have subdivided that.
So, dalawa na barangay?
I think we have now 4 or 5.
What's the smallest?
When they were
6.
subdivided,
Yes.
yung bagong silang
Yes.
subdivided,
Yes.
What's the smallest?
4 na? 6 na yung barangay sa...
6. That was formerly under Barangay Chairman Joel
Barangay ako noon,
Bacolod.
80 sa bundok.
So,
what is the names of the barangay which were subdivided?
Yung sa Caloocan,
Bagong silang 1, bagong silang 2.
I forgot
Yes.
the exact name. The chairman of the Committee on Local
Yes.
Government is here.
Bagong Silang was really the biggest. For the information of our minority leader, I was right. In fact, the next biggest is
Numbers
Commonwealth in Quezon City at 213,000 votes, and Batasan Hills at 167,000 votes. Malaki pa po sa munisipyo.
That is the voting population.
That's correct.
But the inhabitants, the actual inhabitants,
It's almost
is double.
double.
We will just time
By,
Almost double.
by rule of thumb,
Ano isa?
double yan. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. Roughly double. So, the smallest,
Can we
The
get
smallest, maybe.
Can
It's
we
in
get the
Manila.
smallest?
Definitely, it's in Manila.
On record, what is the smallest barangay?
how many? Barangay 76 has. According to the 2020 census, Barangay 76 has a population of 2.
Two?
Caloocan, the smallest barangay in Metro Manila, has a population of just 2. I've just
Yes.
been provided this
That's-
information,
but that's very-
but
that's
I'm
very-
sure this is
That's very
some kind of a
artificial.
mistake.
No, that's correct. That's
Tama?
very,
Two?
I saw a documentary kasi I think a private entity, I think now owns the
entire,
territory,
land
but
area.
that's too artificial. Can we get what's the smallest
After
normal
that,
barangay, Mr. President?
After the 2, ano yung next?
Sa Kalo-
Minority leader, you're talking about nationwide, ah?
Nationwide
Not in
po.
Metro Manila.
Nationwide po.
Where?
Caloocan yung sinabi.
North Cotabato, somewhere. Where is the 2? Ay, the 7. Caloocan din? Sure ka? On record, it states that Barangay 7, Barangay 76 and 72 in Caloocan are the smallest. Is that correct? Parang hindi pa ako nakakatagpo ng maliit na barangay sa Caloocan, ha? Pero yun ang nakalista sa COMELEC at sa
Naging
DILG.
mall po.
Maghintay na lang po tayo kasi hindi ko naniniwala.
Kung maalala ko yung napanood kong documentary dyan, naging mall, actually.
Naging
Naging
mall.
mall
So walang
yung
natira.
So, may I know the actual inhabitants in Pag-asa Island? Alam ko, maliit lang yun.
Hindi. Ina-assume niya kasi na
Pag-asa, Kalayaan Island. I think upwards of 400 is what is on record.
In Pag-asa Island.
Yes.
So the voting
Di ba
population...
Kalayaan kasi may mayor?
Yeah, may mayor doon.
Oo,
But yung
at
mayor doon na-
munisipyo siya, hindi siya barangay.
No, pero may barangay doon.
May mga
Yeah,
barangay.
may mga barangay
May mga
doon.
barangay, pero hindi siya iisa. Oo.
May mga bata doon, maraming bata. Kasama na yan.
Alin? Alin? Pag-asa Island, oo.
Ilan ba barangay sa Pag-asa Island? Isa lang.
Pag-asa Island has only one barangay
Yeah.
in the entire Kalayaan Island group. So isang barangay lang siya.
So,
Yung
the
Kalayaan yung maraming
The
barangay.
actual inhabitants, 400. 400? Kanya?
Let's say 500 kasi 2020 census to.
2020. So the voting population is half, approximately. O 200 lang.
Correct. I think that's a good guiding figure, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, okay. So how come we arrived at 6 years? Was that determined in a scientific way, Mr. President?
Well, firstly, the notion was to desynchronize the barangay elections from the national and local elections. Ang concern natin kapag naiiba sa 3 o 6 na taon, May mga taon kung kailan magsasabay na naman yan sa NLE at ang mangyayari, hihingi na naman o magkakaroon ng postponement na pinagbawal na. Kaya para maiwasan yung problemang yon, we determined that we stay with the 3 and 6 year terms that are already in place in the Constitution and just abide by those terms. For example, kapag naging 4 years, then the term will be the term will end and the elections will be conducted at the same time as the NLE on 2031, 2043, 2055, and so on. The same with 5-year, magkakaproblema rin tayo. The same year, 2028, 2043, 2058, sunod-sunod na naman nagkakasabay.
Okay, pero self-inflicted problem po ito. Kasi ginawa natin sa bill, second Monday of May. Kung hindi natin gawing second Monday of May, same year but different dates. Kahit
Yes.
magkasabay. Pero hindi siya eksaktong kasabay sa taon pero hindi kasabay sa araw.
The,
Sa bill natin, magiging kasabay even
Yes.
sa araw.
The COMELEC urges that we stay with the May summertime period dahil sa napakaraming problemang napansin nung nakaraang Oktubre na puros bagyo yung logistical requirements, yung pagpapadala ng balota, ng gamit, hirap na hirap at maraming na-delayed. Ganon din ang nangyari nung nagkaroon ng eleksyon nung December 5. Pati yung mga estudyante hirap bumoto dahil nga may mga exam pag October o di kaya may midterm break. So mas convenient talaga pag Mayo na, summer na, bakasyon na silang lahat. Kaya Mayo talaga pinaka-ideal para sa ating magka-eleksyon.
Pero kasi parang sinet up na po natin na para wala tayong choice kundi tanggapin ang 6 na taon na term para hindi magkasabay sa not presidential elections sa kayong mga
Midterm.
sa mga local elections or national NLE na midterm kasi 3 years yun and 6 years yun. Sinabay talaga natin na second Monday of May. Tapos napako na tayo ron. We have no choice but to accept 6 years para iwasan ang sabay. But that doesn't have to be the case, Mr. President. I mean, is it June or April unacceptable or March unacceptable months for holding an election, Mr. President?
Yes, they are. However, they're too close to the national and local election. The COMELEC urges that an ideal 7-month gap should be provided so that they can prepare adequately. If you will note, the national local elections are automated, whereas the barangay elections are manual. So that's an entirely different exercise. And the number of candidates in the barangay, with 42,000 barangays nationwide, is huge. Kasi napakarami talagang kandidato, pati yung mga kagawad, pati yung mga SK. Talagang kinakailangan nila ng mas mahabang panahon. Kahit ibang date, pero same year, yung pagitan sana ng 7 buwan,
Yes, okay.
hinihiling nila.
So in that case, Mr. President, therefore, if that is the request of the COMELEC, rather than give in to the 6-year term because we have no choice, why don't we grant that 7-month gap, Mr. President? So the 7 months from May would be back to October, actually, Mr. President.
That's the
And then
problem
we can
po.
be freed. We can be freed from that 6-year term. Kasi napapako tayo sa 6-year term kasi natrap tayo because we're choosing May. Ganun po ang nangyayari. Wala talaga tayong choice with that kind of a reasoning, Mr. President. So,
But once again, we will be conducting the elections during the typhoon season, which is now longer and longer from September until December. So yun ang iniiwasan natin because the large mobilization of people, of logistics, the conduct of counting and canvass is very, very troublesome during the typhoon months.
but Mr. President, masasabi naman natin that our barangays, current barangay governments are working. Some of them are exemplary barangay governments. basta they're functioning. Hindi naman tayo nagfi-fail pa rin bilang bansa. So andiyan pa rin yung frontliners ng government delivery. Dinadagdagan pa nga sila ng trabaho. So meaning to say, yung mga nahalal noong October, wala namang basic fundamental problems with those elected during the last election in October, kahit binagyo man yun. So, I'm just...
On the contrary po, ang daming SK na bakante, libo-libo ang bakante, hindi nakapagboto. Kaya nga, gusto sana natin na yung mga SK to make the SK mandate real. We should allow as many to vote. Today, the vacancies are upwards of 4,000. Ang dami nun eh. Dahil nga
Yes,
napakahirap nung panahon
So maybe
na
we have to
October.
review the
SK.
law itself, even yung baka yung age, yung ano so. But I don't think that was determined by the timing of the election, Mr. President. Kasi nagbago na rin ang school year actually. Kung sasabihin natin na baka dahil may klase, whatever, kahit yata sa Mayo, may klase na rin eh. So, Mr. President,
So the issue really is the typhoon season. We are trying at all costs to avoid the failure of elections. That's the worst thing that can happen because we have to resume the conduct. And the budget is really onerous. Whereas we spent, I believe, 12 billion last year, the stated cost for the succeeding election in 2025 will be something like 19 to 20 billion. So palaki ng palaki yung halaga. Maya't maya tayong nag-eleksyon. Yung unang taon, nangangapa pa, halos walang nagagawang trabaho. Yung ikalawa, medyo may alam na. Yung ikatlong taon, kampanya na ulit. Kaya kung tutuusin, kung magaling man yung ating mga barangay ngayon, ang totoo, mas lalo silang magagaling kapag binigyan ng mas mahabang panahon.
Yan po yung ating, actually Mr. President, yan yung ating hinahanap. What is now, since wala namang scientifically determined formula to determine the best length of the term of barangay officials, so parang ano lang ito, parang it's actually also an experiment na kumuha lang tayo na okay, 6 years para maiwasan ang pagsasabay sa NLE. But that should not be the primary consideration, Mr. President.
I believe that...
And we trapped ourselves into that situation by pinpointing the second Monday of May as the election day of the barangay officials, Mr. President. Iwasan natin yun.
There's very little wiggle room po because you only have May and then July, the rains begin. Even in the last part of May, the rains do begin. But assuming they come September, wala pa rin yung pagitan na kinakailangan natin.
The last election, as we established earlier, was in October 2023. Tama?
Yes, that's correct.
Does the COMELEC or the DILG claim that the elections were a failure?
They were not a failure
Success.
overall, but certainly the difficulties encountered should be avoided as much as possible.
Yes, but at any rate, successful elections. Kasi otherwise po, talaga, I agree, pagka mag-second Monday of May tayo, wala na. Napako talaga tayo sa 6 years term, Mr. President. Yan,
Pero alatsamba rin yung October hanggang December. Depende sa ibang lugar, nagkaroon ng landslide. Sa ibang lugar, nagkaroon ng labis-labis na ulan at may binagyo. So, it's sort of luck of the draw. Parang nagsusugal tayo kapag October.
Well, umabot tayo sa October because of the inputs from the COMELEC that they need a 7-month gap. Kaya tayo umabot sa... So, ang tanong ko, ano ba talaga ang gusto ng COMELEC? Kasi
ang gusto talaga ng COMELEC, suportado po nila yung sinasabi na unang-una, desynchronize from the national and local. Ikalawa, kung maari silang pagbigyan ng magandang panahon.
ito pong panukala natin, kahit baguhin namin yung length of the term, that doesn't mean that it is synchronized, tama? where no one is pushing for synchronization. This is
No,
still,
we are
this is-
actually
this is
pushing
still
for
desynchronized.
desynchronization.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So even if we talk about 5-year term or 4-year term, it doesn't mean that that proponent for a shorter term is for synchronization. Basta
That's one of
desynchronized
the
tayo.
reasons that's being given. However, to my mind, the burdens imposed and the laws that we require them to implement are so numerous as to make it impossible in a 3-year period. Talagang hindi nila malalaman lahat ng kanilang mga katungkulan, sangkatutak ang training, pati yung mga papeles ng COA at DBM, paano nila malalaman yung GPPB, yung tender and awards. Wala naman silang department heads na magbaback up sa kanila. Sila ay sariling sikap, kaya sangkatutak nga yung seminar. Kaya actually, awang-awa nga ako sa mga barangay officials ngayon, ang taas ng expectation ng tao, pero yung pagkukunan nila, yung kaalaman, yung kanilang tauhan, iilan lamang.
That's why ang conclusion ng sponsor and the committee is going 6 years. But pwede rin namang i-extend to 4 years or 5 years. Are there fundamental reasons or criticisms that we cannot entertain 4-year terms or even 5-year terms?
Yes, of course, we can do that. We are just thinking of trying to address as many problems as possible. But certainly a 4 or 5-year term will be much better than the existing 2-year term that the incumbent barangay officials will be having.
Tapos kailangan yung second Monday of May, kailangan din natin galawin yun kasi otherwise
Tatama rin
otherwise mag-meet sila after a certain cycle.
every 12 years po. Yeah, every 3 elections.
If 4 years, every 3 elections.
That's right.
If 5 years, every 6 elections.
6 elections.
Yes, mga ganun siguro. So, the majority leader is still energetic, Mr. President. I was about to ask for the suspension of my interpellation, Mr. President.
What is the pleasure?
Because we have established that the sponsor is open to any proposal from 4 to 6. Pero yun na, pino-point out ko so that we will not be really trapped into the 6 years. Palitan din dapat yung second Monday of May. But the majority leader, Mr.
But the minority leader has no fundamental objection to the 6 years, aside from the fact that it's very long? Or to your mind, it's very long? Are you open also to considering the 6 years po? Just for purposes of argument. Dahil ang dami talaga nilang trabaho, nagugulat ako sa kanila.
Ang gusto ko kasi sana yung electoral process natin, inclusive. Parati natin ginagamit yan, inclusive. Ibig sabihin, bigyan natin ng chance manilbihan din yung iba. 6 times 2, 12 years. Kaya kinukuha ko yung life expectancy ng Pilipino, Mr. President. We have only around 70 years life expectancy, minus mo 18, so yung minority years natin, 52 years lang yung adult life natin. And then, never tayo magiging inclusive kung ganyang kahaba po, Mr. President, i-allow natin.
Paano po yung mga senador? Paano po yung mga senador? 6 plus 6 din.
Mayroon sigurong wisdom yung framers. Ito kasi po, wisdom of the framers of the Constitution ratified by the people. Samantalang ito, it's really wisdom in law. So
But
that's
on
why
the
we're
contrary-
debating now on what is the wise policy as far as the length of the term of office of the barangay official.
On the contrary, the minority leader is making a case for the barangay's extension to 6 plus 6, following the wisdom of those who framed the Constitution.
Well, Mr. President, meron kaagad automatic inconsistency. Diba? Province, 3 years. LGU, municipality, 3 years. Component niya si barangay, 6 years. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, there's automatically parang an inconsistency as far as the terms of office are concerned. But although
if I
it's a matter of wisdom,
yes,
it's
the
a
wisdom of
it's a
the
policy, it's a
constitutional
policy, yes.
of the Constitution's framers. And if I may, things have changed radically. The seal for local good governance applies also to the barangays. There are quarterly assessments, there are remedies, including the withholding of their honoraria. No? And today, it's been very, very strictly applied with the civil service and DBM guidelines right in there when there are absentee barangay officials.
Mr. President, just one intervention.
Yes.
Yes.
Please proceed.
I'm supportive of this extension for the record. The good sponsor is familiar with my stance on this, but talking with the current chairman of the Committee on Local Government, I was reminded of a period in our barangay electoral exercise during our younger days, when perhaps the author then would probably had been the father of the good minority leader, when there was one election period when all ran for barangay kagawads. And then the top-notcher would automatically be declared as the barangay chairman. I think I was still in high school. Or I don't know, but it happened. In Tagaytay, they were all running as barangay kagawads, and then the number one kagawad would be the barangay captain. Would this model serve the same intention? Because I heard
Yes,
about the lack of training, etc., etc.
I have heard about this a long time ago, I believe. There was such a thing, and today it still occurs when no barangay captain has been elected by operation of law. Certainly, the first kagawad will take the position of punong barangay. Today, I'm not certain that this would work out, particularly for the ever larger sizes of our barangays.
Salamat po. Naitanong ko lang po yun dahil hindi na po naulit yun, Mr. President.
O kasi nga, medyo mas lalong gumulo yata eh.
Pero yung ating panukala po is nakafocus sa length of the term.
That's correct. That's
This is
really
yung-
all it is.
Yung renace ni Majority Leader is parang mechanism in
That's correct.
choosing the
Yes po.
barangay chairman. So, Mr. President, I hope the sponsor doesn't mind if we can ask for time to reflect, given our exchanges tonight, Mr. President.
Thank you, thank you. I will just gently remind all my colleagues that the barangay elections are scheduled for little less than 1 year from today. So as soon as we can come up with a decision and consult and meet with our counterparts in Congress, the better it will be for everyone. Next year, after all, is going to be a super election year, 2025, with the historic first BARM election, the regular midterm election, as well as another BSKE election.
Since the sponsor raised that issue, one question lang. COMELEC is here?
Yes,
is
po.
okay. Is COMELEC assuring us that even if, let's say, we stick to current law and current schedule, they can hold all of those elections next year?
Well, they are bravely saying yes,
But
but urging that if we can defer the BSKE to a more workable time frame, they would be grateful.
But does the sponsor have any doubts that they can pull it off? COMELEC can pull it off?
Well, I know that they will do their very best, but I have certain doubts that every single barangay election or SK election will be conducted efficiently and thoroughly. Mahihirapan talaga yan kasi magpapadala lang ng mga balota, mag-imprenta pa lang ng balota, ang katutak yung kandidato, tapos magkakaroon ng mga delay dahil nga sa season. But all I can say is wag na natin antayin ang mga bagyo. Kasi patindi ng patindi, padami ng padami ang mga bagyo. Kaya ayaw natin ng October to December kung maaari. Iwasan na lang natin ang bagyo.
So, Mr. President, if I can suspend my interpellation, Mr. President, because we can still, I think, further explore the reasoning behind the details of the bill, Mr. President, on the date, the length of the term. But it will be, when we resume interpellation, it will be a shorter one, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Thank
Minority
you,
Leader.
thank
Only
you,
one
Ma'am
question,
President.
Madam Sponsor. It slipped my mind a while ago when we were discussing the smallest barangay. Ang inhabitants lang yata, dalawa.
Dalawa. Ayun ang sabi.
Dalawa,
yung,
may barangay captain? Doon sa dalawa? Paano yung makagawad? 10. So,
we'll have to get more information on that. At the moment, it says there are only 2 in that barangay because a single owner took over the entire property, apparently.
all right. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Likewise, further information, Mr. President, before I make the motion, when the smallest barangay of 2 is in Caloocan, the biggest barangay also is in Caloocan. Barangay Bagong Silang, formerly, is now divided into 6 new barangays.
It's no longer the biggest barangay, di
Yes,
ba?
used to be. Now it's barangay 176A up to 176F. So yun na po yung bagong pangalan ng barangay Bagong Silang. 6.
Senator Legarda?
Yes, yes. It's interesting because I come from Caloocan in a way because the place where I was born is in the boundary of Malabon and Caloocan. But may I know the population now of the biggest barangay in Caloocan, Mr. President? 300,000? Yes.
Maybe we can
May we know the
ask
population?
the representative of the local government.
Where is that? No, that's still 1766, undivided yan. It's the undivided Bagong Silang.
Holy Spirit.
What are they asking? The biggest barangay in Caloocan? No, but that's Quezon City. I think they're asking for Caloocan.
I think Senator Legarda is asking for the biggest barangay. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Is that the biggest barangay in the country or in Caloocan?
That's why I wanted to clarify. When I heard that this is the biggest barangay, is it the biggest barangay in the city of Caloocan or the biggest barangay in the Philippines? And may I know what is the population of the
It
biggest
has already been
barangay
subdivided.
in the Philippines?
Yes, the biggest barangay in the Philippines today is Commonwealth in Quezon City, 213,000 voters, and it's closely followed by Batasan Hills, again in Quezon City, with upwards of 167,000 voters.
Okay. So I heard earlier in Caloocan, it was the biggest barangay. So it is not the biggest barangay in the Philippines, perhaps
No
the biggest
more, no
barangay
more.
No more.
Bagong
in Caloocan.
Silang was Barangay 176. It's been subdivided, as Senator Ejercito, the chairman of local government, stated, into 6 different barangays. So hindi na siya yung pinakamalaki kasi pinagbiyak na sa 6.
Yes. Having heard the biggest barangays, now would you be in a position to tell us the smallest barangay in the Philippines? Do we have that data?
Yun nga, yung sinasabi nga na Barangay 76 sa Caloocan muli at ang nakatakda, dalawa lang ang botante, dalawa lang ang populasyon.
Where were you?
Liliwanagin nga natin yan kasi iisa daw ang bumili ng lupa, ginawang mall.
Oh, I don't think, Mr. President, it's possible to have a barangay with just 2 persons. Because even just the barangay officials, you have the barangay captain, the kagawads, secretary, treasurer. So how is that possible?
In addition to the
Actually,
actual
in
inhabitants.
reality, there are many anomalies, not only in Caloocan. Many of our barangays have not been created. For example, in my case, up in the Cordillera, there are so many barangays that need to be separated from the poblacion barangays and the mountainous barangays. Ang lalayo po nila, dapat paghiwalayin. Pero hindi pa nagagawa talaga.
Yes. Last question for now. During a hearing of the budget of the Presidential Communications Office, I asked the head of the Philippine Information Agency on the number of barangays. There seems to be a discrepancy between the PCO and the Philippine Statistics Authority and DILG on the number of barangays in the country. May I know from the resource persons present here, per DILG, how many barangays do we have in the
42,000,
Philippines?
ilan?
And is this aligned with the number of barangays per the PSA and the PCO?
20,000.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, on record, we have 42,011 barangays. Ang nangyari pala, may karugtong pala yung storya ng barangay na dadalawa yung populasyon. At ang nangyari, nagkaroon ng panukala, bumoto sila, natalo sa boto sa merger. Kinakailangan magbotohan tungkol sa merger ng karatig na barangay. Hindi natuloy dahil natalo sa boto. Kaya hanggang ngayon, nakatayo siya na dadalawa lang ang tao.
Well, may I know the name of the barangay with two persons, Mr. President?
76, no? It's Barangay 76 in Caloocan. We will attempt to get further updates, but in truth, that's all we have in the records now.
And there is a barangay captain and the other one is a kagawad, I assume.
Malamang.
Or maybe a barangay treasurer. And does it mean that that barangay is able to receive their IRA, the Internal Revenue Allotment? Ang swerte naman nila.
The
Dalawa lang
information
sila.
that I receive is that aside from the two inhabitants, meron sila barangay captain at saka 7 kagawad. I think they have
So,
they have
kompleto
a
yung opisyal.
complete lineup.
But
Pero
if there-
ang nakalista kasi dito sa census ng 2020, dadalawa ang tao. Kaya tignan natin at aalamin ko at ipagtatapat ko, hindi ko alam eh.
Well, once you have the information, we would be happy to receive the
Naging mall
information.
kasi yan eh. Ang alam ko, isang sumakop ng lupa, ginawang mall, wala na talagang residents.
Anong mall po yun sa Caloocan?
Araneta Square Mall?
Oh,
Yes, that's correct. Our Araneta Square Mall where Pure Gold and other commercial establishments, Northwest Plaza, and Victory Liner Terminal are all located in that area. There are no permanent residents. As a result, mere 2 are registered as populating that single barangay.
is this an isolated case in the Philippines, or are there other
I think so.
barangays with
I
only-
believe it's isolated, but I mentioned earlier that there are many barangays that really need review. Sa amin naman, ang kinakailangan, creation ng bagong barangay sa mga tuktok ng bundok at sa mga isla-isla. Hindi pa sila barangay, pero ang lalayo nila. They are unmanaged and ungoverned, as it were. Kasi wala namang official pa dun. Wala pang barangay dun. So that is a real problem.
Thank you for that. We would be happy to invite the barangay captain of the smallest barangay in the
The
Philippines.
barangay captain has been barangay captain since 1988. And is
Wala,
running unopposed.
nakalimutan na siguro yung barangay na yan, katulad nung iba. Ano po, syempre, wala naman lalaban na.
Okay, last. Mr. President, I said it's my last question. I'd just like to put this on record. But we know, as the good sponsor would know, that per the local government code, the Sangguniang Barangay should be composed of the Purong Barangay as presiding officer and 7 regular Sanggunian members. What does it mean then if there are only 2 inhabitants and therefore only 2 officials of the barangay? Are they in violation of the local government code? And what do we do about them? Kung dalawa lang sila, wala man lang SK.
Wala tayong magagawa kung walang tumakbo. Pareho ng mga SK yan. 4,000 barangay, ang talagang walang SK. At napakaraming lugar kung saan yung SK ay kulang-kulang. Wala talaga yung 7 pagkat magkakamag-anak sila. Madalas yan nangyayari sa SK kasi may anti-dynasty provision ng SK. Kung maliit lang yung barangay, talaga naman magkakamag-anak halos lahat. So walang mahanap na lalaban o tatakbo na hindi ka mag-anak. Yun ang problema sa maliliit na barangay sa probinsya. Marami kaming barangay na kulang-kulang talaga yung SK.
Tutudukan ko muna ang usaping barangay na napaka-interesante at I'm sure we will resume this conversation because meron naman pong mga barangay na ang buong populasyon ay lumipat sa ibang barangay pero sila'y nakahirehistro pa rin sa barangay na yon at doon pa rin bumaboto maski sila po ay nakatira na sa ibang barangay, sa ibang LGU, ibang bayan at hindi na sa barangay, sa bayan na yon. Dalawa pong alam kong barangay na ganun, na wala na pong tao pero nandun sila sa kabilang bayan nakatira.
Tama. At yung pala 1988 na sinasabi doon sa Caloocan na dadalawa yung tauhan sa Barangay 76, ang balita, wala naman daw tumakbo. So, wala naman lumaban. So, eto na yung pinakamahabang holdover sa balat ng lupa.
So, ibig sabihin, pagkatapos ng expiration ng term niya, tumakbo pa rin siya? Dahil wala
wala
tumakbo?
naman kasi lumaban, sabi ng COMELEC, di tuloy-tuloy lang siya in a holdover capacity.
Walang
Tama ba
nag-question ng kanyang pagtakbo?
Hindi siya tumakbo, pero hindi naman siya maaring magbitaw kasi wala naman papasok na bago. Kaya nakakatuwa nga yung sitwasyon eh. Until the successor is elected and takes office. Wala nga lumaban, di walang nanalo, walang uupo. Saan niya iti-turn over ang dokumento? Di hold over siya ng pagkatagal-tagal.
Pagka pumipirma siya ng mga legal documents, is it allowed? Is it legal?
Na?
Pag pumipirma siya ng kontrata?
Hold over capacity naman, you have the full powers and functions of the official legitimately elected. Tuloy-tuloy lang. Alamin ko yung katotohanan, nakakatuwa naman itong mga sitwasyon na to.
Majority Leader. Naguguluhan ako rin sa dadalawa lang yung inhabitants eh.
Yes, Mr. President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2816.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1253. This is the resolution authorizing the Office of the Senate Legal Counsel to act as counsel of record of Sherwin T. Gatchalian in the petition for certiorari before the Court of Appeals, which seeks to annul the Office of the Ombudsman Joint Resolution dated January 22, 2024, insofar as it dismissed the administrative complaint against private respondents in case number OMB-C-A-May 23-0066 entitled Sen. Sherwin T. Gatchalian versus Donato D. Marcos et al.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go would like to insert to the records his co-sponsorship speech for Senate Bill number 2890, the bill on the Virology Institute of the Philippines Act. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 10, 2024.
An objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 10, 2024.